Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland.
I would like to inform the Assembly that the Speaker has tested positive for COVID-19 over the weekend and is therefore unavailable to be in the Chamber today. He will be continuing to undertake such duties as he can do so remotely, and I'm sure we all would wish him a speedy recovery. I'd also like to advise you that the Education Minister too is unable to be in the Chamber today due to an illness. But the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs has agreed to respond to oral questions on her behalf during question time. Mr John O'Dowd has been given leave to make a statement on the cost of living crisis, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I would remind members that interventions are not permitted, and I will not take points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has been finished. I call John O'Dowd.
Gurma Yogat, last can Cordia, and can I wish the Speaker and Minister well. I know there's a number of other members here off unwell as well. Last Concordia, it's no exaggeration to say that there will be children going to school this morning who will feel heat for the first time since Friday. And it's not because they have bad parents or uncaring parents. It's because they have parents who simply cannot afford to heat the home and feed their children. That's the situation we are in 2022, where working parents, parents who are on benefits, for whatever reason, are making decisions on a daily, if not hourly basis about how to keep their family warm and fed. There are pensioners spending all day in bed to keep warm. There are students studying in cold flats and houses because they can't afford to turn the heating on. We have families who can't afford to turn the gas on spending £40 a week to turn the gas on for 3 hours a day. And all this is going on while the executive, if it was functioning, could immediately issue £300 million out into the public's hands, into their pockets and into their wallets. But instead, we have Jeffrey's world. Jeffrey's world where the protocol and opposition to the protocol is more important than the needs of men, women and children. In Jeffrey's world, you listen more to the Loyalist Community Council than you do to the pleas of citizens who are cold in their homes and can't afford to eat. In Jeffrey's world, where the brigadiers' bellies are full and their oil tanks are full, people go cold. So I ask the question, what does it take for the DUP to wise up? What does it take to ensure that the £300 million that is sitting there available to men, women and children who are cold and hungry, what does it take for you to go out and ensure that you do your work and go back to the executive and look after people? I note the latest recruitment to the DUP benches. Mr Rankin thinks he's Clint Eastwood. I see on his Twitter account this morning he's Clint Eastwood. Well, in my opinion, there's enough cowboys in the DUP without adding another one. What we need is a First Minister working along with a Deputy First Minister, delivering for the needs of people, and not what has to happen today. No more hiding, no more antics. Go back to the executive and look after the people
member's time is up.
Serve.
I call Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I also wish the Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Speaker of the House well, and all those other members here on well at present. Mr Speaker, the cost of living crisis facing the people of Northern Ireland requires parties to make decisions in the interests of all of our people, not to peddle division. It requires solutions to be found, not the creation of obstacles through political rhetoric. The simple reality is, if there is a political will amongst members in this House, then there is a way to deliver much-needed support to those most in need. To deliver support, you need a plan, and the DUP has a plan. We have tabled proposals both in London and here in the Assembly to support for households, families and communities across Northern Ireland. We have proposed to the Chancellor that he cuts duties on petrol and diesel, cuts VAT on petrol and diesel, cancels the rise in national insurance, pauses plans to remove the rebate on red diesel and delivers targeted support to households in hardship. To parties here, we have called for them to support our plan to discount rates bills for households, extend the eligibility for the Energy Support Scheme and the introduction of targeted support for households to combat rising prices. Party leaders have been engaging extensively in finding solutions, and this will be the template for success. The DUP is always prepared to look at all solutions, including legislation both here and in Westminster. The problem is not the lack of a First Minister, but the lack of political agreement from some to table and support a plan that delivers for hard-pressed households across Northern Ireland. Actions, not words, will help those in need. Decisions, not delays, will provide the mechanisms to deliver this support. A plan, not political positioning, is the basis of moving this forward, Mr Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, the DUP warned the pro-protocol parties last September that the First Minister would be stepping down if the protocol remained. They ignored the calls from every unionist party. They ignored the fact that the protocol was continuing to rise prices and was inhibiting Westminster from delivering support schemes for hard-pressed households on a UK-wide basis. They can continue to ignore the political reality, or they can join with us in supporting solutions that get the support to those most in need as soon as is possible. The people of Northern Ireland need and want us all to move forward together, and we are committed to getting support in place and out to those most in need as soon as possible.
I call Mark Durkin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, what a couple of years this has been. People have come through a global pandemic that's had a devastating impact physically, mentally and financially, and from that we've lurched straight into this cost of living crisis that shows no signs of letting up. With events in Ukraine and Russia, people have gone from struggling to struggling and panicking. The people that I meet have no idea how they're going to continue to heat their homes and feed their families. People need help now, and our government isn't able to help them now. In fact, we don't have a government now. We've heard from many ministers how their hands are tied due to the completely unacceptable, illogical and damaging position of the DUP. Of course, the simplest thing would be for the DUP to nominate a First Minister, to put people ahead of politics. But if they don't, and we've heard over the weekend again that they won't, we can't just shrug our shoulders and point our fingers. Ministers have said that they would leave no stone unturned in trying to find a way to help people. We have £300 million that could be used to do just that. Well, the SDLP have found the stone. We've turned it. We have found a way. It's not an easy way, but it's not an impossible one. On Friday and over the weekend, I've engaged with colleagues from other executive parties. Today I'll seek out and speak to smaller parties and independents to get support for an emergency private members' bill that will amend the Financial Assistance Act to unlock the ability for ministers to define, design and deliver schemes to help people in the absence of an executive or First and Deputy First Minister. We do have a lot of work to do. We do not have a lot of time to do it. The Bills Office assure me it's almost impossible, but as we know, politics is the art of the possible. I appeal to all of you for support and assistance. Let's put politics to the side for once, and let's put people first.
I call Andy Allen.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this cost of living crisis that is pushing every household right across Northern Ireland beyond the brink is not new. It's an issue that we've known about for quite some time, and to be quite frank and honest, I think the response has been inadequate. This Assembly came together to call for an emergency energy payment scheme back in November, and it's only rolling out now. And whilst that payment is welcome, it's excluded a huge portion of individuals right across our society. There are practical and appropriate steps that can be taken. Some of those include what have been outlined by the member to my left, the Chair of the Committee for Communities, who, alongside myself and other members from every party, have been calling on the Communities Minister to do more to provide support and intervention for households and families right across Northern Ireland. We've also collectively been calling on the Communities Minister to establish a fuel poverty task force. And one thing we do well here in Northern Ireland is short-term measures. Short-term measures that do not have long-term outputs. We need a fuel poverty task force that can look at the short, medium and long-term interventions that can support households and families, because the reality of it is short-term sticking plaster measures without adhesive do not cut it. We can go further, we need to go further. Yes, there is finance there, but we also need to hear what are we going to bring forward to address that. We heard about the energy payment support scheme, but the 11th hour, we only found out and we only heard that many individuals would be excluded. We only found out and heard that HMRC would not take forward a payment. There needs to be an appropriate measure. My party will not be found wanting in terms of engaging with all colleagues right across this House in terms of our response to this cost of living crisis. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Speaker, and thank the member for raising this debate this morning. It's vitally important that we discuss this current crisis. But, Deputy Speaker, there's nobody in this chamber needs £200 to help them pay their electricity or gas bill. That's the reality of it. Any money that this Assembly can and should distribute has to go to the most people in need in Northern Ireland, and not everyone is in need in Northern Ireland, and we need to recognise that. So schemes that come forward need to be targeted, and they need to be completely targeted at those in need. Much has been made of £300 million that seems to be sloshing around in the budgets here. But let us not forget that £300 million is not going to pay the fuel bills of the people of Northern Ireland. That £300 million may make a small contribution to those bills, but it's also there to bail out departments which will be struggling to complete their budgets in this and the next financial year. It's vitally important, Deputy Speaker, that this Assembly rolls out appropriate and targeted schemes. The last thing we need is another RHI scandal when it comes to legislation in Northern Ireland. That's why we should be using existing schemes and expanding those existing schemes. We should bring home heating oil under the control of the regulator to allow prices to be regulated because of the number of homes that use home heating oil in Northern Ireland. There are issues that need to be raised in Westminster. There needs to be a windfall tax against those who have made large profits, particularly in the fuel industries. That money needs to be redistributed. It is shameful that the Chancellor of the Exchequer is borrowing our money to pay us money, and that we will have to pay all of that back in the future. We need to be looking to imaginative schemes that will deliver for people in Northern Ireland. It's vital, for example, that no child should, as Mr Dowd said, go to school either hungry or cold this morning in Northern Ireland. But that can be resolved by making payments immediately available to those families in most need. We need to target that. Unlike, for example, the High Street voucher scheme, which just gave everybody £100, welcome though that might have been, it was totally useless in targeting the actual needs of people in Northern Ireland. The people that I know in my constituency spent those £100 on topping up electricity and gas bills. It's now long since gone. There's an urgent need to tackle this problem, and I encourage this Assembly to start to think about creative ways in which we can achieve that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you for allowing this matter of the day this afternoon. We are being warned today that the cost of living could rise as much as 10% by autumn for some of our poorest households in the UK. And we have all seen the soaring costs of fuel in our homes and at our pumps, but like others have said, that doesn't affect the likes of ourselves sitting here. We have seen the increase of costs in food and basic essentials, and more people are struggling to make ends meet. Food bank use increases from already inflated numbers. 78,000 people in Northern Ireland accessed emergency food bank in 2020 to 2021. That's an absolute disgrace. People are continuously being locked into poverty here by failures of the executive. As people struggle to feed their families and to heat their homes, Stormont is allegedly sitting on £300 million of emergency funding which can't be spent due to the collapse of the executive and the unwillingness of some to do their jobs. But like others have said, this is not a silver bullet. There are literally hundreds of millions of pounds sitting there that could go to people if we were able to make decisions for people based on need. It is an entirely avoidable situation, and there is a party that can actually change this. There could be a renomination of a First Minister and start actually putting the needs and welfare of people at the centre of our decisions here, and that goes across the executive. A suggestion of cutting of rates is ridiculous. The most vulnerable people in our society will not benefit at all from that. Soaring costs to live, not met by an increase in wage or uplift in social security payments, with household budgets having nothing left And then we have the profiteering of fossil fuel companies. And where is the windfall tax? The heightened global insecurity and now war in Ukraine cannot be dealt with without addressing our economy's dependence on fossil fuels. We must have a just transition, and we must stop building cold homes as well. The absolute audacity of the DUP leader calling a meeting last week of executive ministers and leaders to discuss how to spend money in the face of growing poverty being faced by people in Northern Ireland. That is literally the job of the executive that they pulled down. Yet another manufactured crisis when people are literally choosing to heat or eat. That is the crisis, and that should be the focus. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Speaker, we are very clearly not just in a crisis, we are in an energy emergency and something that needs to be addressed absolutely urgently. My office, like many in this House, has been inundated by people from all walks of life who are very concerned about the impact that this energy crisis is having on them. Working families are struggling. Carers in our community who did a fantastic job in supporting our people throughout the pandemic, it is costing them money to travel to work. They can't even get to work because they can't afford to fuel their cars. Others can't afford to travel to work because of the cost of fuel as well. Pensioners are sitting in cold homes. People who have worked their entire lives and contributed to this society are worried as to whether or not they can heat their homes next week. Even people on universal credit are absolutely concerned because it's a cruel benefit that we warned about in this House. That benefit has left people living on below the breadline for some time. And that situation has worsened because there's absolutely no flexibility in the system. Everybody is struggling. Our businesses are struggling. Our entire community is struggling. But where is the DUP? Trying to find some quick fix to a problem that they created by abdicating their responsibilities and walking out of the Assembly. Well, I could safely say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the families that are in their constituencies and all of our constituencies would far rather be able to heat their homes today and feed their children than worry about this distraction over a protocol. That's the reality of this situation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I do hope that the days of the veto over this House are long gone. This messing has to stop. People elect every one of the members of this House to find solutions to the problems we face, and there's no greater problem than the one of poverty. We are elected to lift people out of poverty and improve their lives, and we could solve this problem today, right now, if the DUP would swallow the lump in their throat and get in and do the job that they've been elected to do, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is a very serious situation. Have no mistake about that. And I can assure people that if there's a solution to be found, it can be found in this House. People are furious, they're angry, they're disgusted. They want a solution to this. Parties in this House can find it. The SDLP are proposing solutions to this crisis, as are others. But it is very, very clear that when the solution is needed, the DUP are sitting in their hands. And equally, on the other side of the House, we can see from the south of this island that the party, Sinn Féin, have said that the €200 payment is not enough. But here in the north, 200 sterling is more than sufficient. That needs to be addressed. We need more money get into people's homes. We need more money to support people now through this crisis so they can feed their children, feed their families and get some heat and comfort. And all I can say is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, isn't it a good job that we're in the month we're in, being March, headed for the summer? Imagine we're headed right into the heart of winter when we're facing this crisis, because I have no confidence that some parties in this House would move too swiftly to resolve it. It's about putting people first. That's why we're elected. Swallow this now, get on with it, and put people first.
The member's time
is back into the executive and put the heat back in people's homes.
The member's time is up. I call Justin McNulty.
The cost of living is out of control. Hard-working families are really struggling, and we are facing the biggest cost of living crisis in a generation. Working families are buckling under the pressure of the exploding cost of heating a home, of running a car, of putting food on the table. 500 litres of oil is over £600. Prices at the pump in my own constituency are among the highest in the north, with some people having to pay close to £2 a litre for diesel. This added burden is making it impossible for families to keep their kids in new clothes, make improvements around the house, or, God forbid, put a few pounds away for the future. Sinn Féin have brought this issue before the House today, but the question has to be asked. What have they been doing for the last 6 months? With the Ministers for Finance and the Ministers for Communities, they control the purse strings and the allocation of welfare. What have they done? Universal credit, cut. Emergency winter fuel payments, nowhere to be seen. £200 fuel payment, rejected. £300 million of the pot at the executive table, just pointed at the DUP. Meanwhile, the SDLP are working to find that stone that can be overturned to unlock that money, give it to the people and families who need it. The SDLP has called for a cap on the profits of energy companies. That's been dismissed. Families are on their hands and knees and in need of urgent and immediate help. The SDLP are driving emergency legislation to unlock that £300 million, as I've said, which must be made accessible to the families who need it, the people on the ground who are struggling, are on their hands and knees, who need that money. And it has been stopped blocked because of the DUP. The DUP have been exonerating themselves of all responsibility here. The DUP, the despicable unionist party, because that's what this action is. It's despicable. The big two parties in our executive twist themselves into all sorts of shapes to change rules and laws when it benefits themselves and their mates, themselves alone. But when it comes to stretching themselves to give breathing space to working families, they sit in silence, they point fingers at each other, they don't help people who need help now. Gura Mayogut, Lash Cam Corla.
The next item on the order paper is a motion to suspend Standing Orders 10.2 to 10.4. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Standing Orders 10.2 to 10.4 be suspended for the 14th of March 2022.
And I call John O'Dowd to move the motion.
Moved.
Before we proceed to the question, I remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. As there are ayes from all sides of the House and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. The motion is agreed. I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order, members. The next item is an order on our order paper is a motion to approve a statutory rule. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the Pensions Regulator Employer Resources Test Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
I call the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit on this debate. So I now call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you. The rule we're considering today provides the technical details for the Employer Resources Test introduced by the Pensions Schemes Act 2021 in connection with charges to the contribution notice regime. The Pensions NI Order 2005 gives the Pensions Regulator powers to issue a contribution notice if certain conditions are met. The regulations provide the technical details specific to the Employer Resources Test, which forms part of the Pensions Regulator contribution notice regime. This regime enables the regulator to impose an obligation on the recipient to pay a specified sum of money to a defined benefit pension scheme. The Employer Resources Test enables the Pensions Regulator to overcome the challenges of assessing an act or failure to act that has affected the financial strength of the sponsoring employer and consequently its ability to support the defined benefit pension scheme rather than damaging the scheme directly. The purpose of the employer resources test is to provide the pensions regulator with a tool to simplify the process to make an assessment of the impact of the act or failure to act on the employer at that time. The regulation sets out how the value of the resources of the employer is determined, calculated and verified. For example, what constitutes the resources of the employer is determined as being the employer's profits before tax. This is a widely known and understood measure used by the industry and gives the most appropriate picture of net profits available to provide support for a defined benefit pension scheme. The general approach assesses the annual benefit tax position of the employer had the act or failure to act not occurred, which is then compared to an assessment including the act or failure to act. The support of the regulations, the Pensions Regulator has issued a code of practice which aims to provide further clarity on how it will interpret and use its powers. And in summary, these regulations enhance the regulator's ability to take action to protect pension scheme members. I beg to move.
And I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities, Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The committee considered this statutory rule at its meeting on the 30th of September 2021 and understands that the regulations make provision for Northern Ireland corresponding to those contained in regulations made by the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions. We heard that the rule is set in the context of the Pensions Regulator anti-avoidance tool, which are used to protect pension scheme members' benefits, including the regulator's ability to issue contribution notices, which require money to be put into pension schemes under certain conditions. The committee understands the value of the pensions regulator in protecting the benefits of members of work-based pensions and reducing the risk of situations arising which may result in calls on the Pension Protection Fund and in promoting good administration of work-based pensions. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee was pleased to hear that these regulations provide the technical details of the Employer Resources Test. This is one of the additional tests provided by the Pension Schemes Act 2021 to the contribution notice regime, which, if met, would allow the pensions regulator to issue a contribution notice where all other requirements have also been met. The regulations set out how the value of the resources of the employer is to be determined and calculated by the pensions regulator in order to assess any impact of the act or failure to act on the employer's ability to support their defined benefit pension scheme. As I have said before in relation to secondary legislation on pensions, there are vast sums of money involved in these schemes, and any additional powers being given to the regulator are to be welcomed. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the committee agreed to recommend that the Pensions Regulator Employer Resources Test regulations be confirmed by this Assembly.
I call Ciara Ferguson.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and also thank you to our Minister and Chair of the Committee for your detail and overview. As we've heard, these regulations before us this morning are technical in nature and provide the necessary detail in relation to the employer's resource test and the purpose and for which the pension regulator will utilise it. We are all aware that the growth within occupational pensions continues, particularly following the introduction of automatic enrolment, so it is vital that all steps are taken to minimise any potential risks and to provide as much protection for people's savings as possible. Therefore, I am content to support this motion.
Could we have Kelly Ferguson onto our screens? Sorry, Kelly Armstrong. Apologies. And I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I forgive you completely. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of Alliance, I would be supporting the Minister's legislation going through today. It does provide technical changes to the contribution notice, and it provides the pension regulator the tool to simplify the process to assess the employer's resources. The sponsoring employer of a defined pension benefit scheme is responsible for ensuring the scheme is adequately funded to pay members' pensions when they fall due. The Pensions Regulator has oversight of occupational pensions and, where necessary, can take actions to safeguard pension scheme members under pension legislation. This legislation, as it states, introduces 2 additional tests to the contribution notice regime, one of which is the employer resources test. The Pensions Regulator has faced difficulty in forecasting the medium and long-term performance of a business for the purpose of the existing material detriment test, due to the need to extrapolate into the future with the uncertainty and challenges that cause eventually. The employer resource test is therefore designed to assess this on a snapshot basis, removing the need to forecast how the employer might or might not have performed in the future, absent the Act or failure to the Act. So we'll be supporting this legislation today. Thank you.
And I now call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Harvey, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
Yeah, thanks very much to the Chair of the Committee and the Communities Committee as well. And I suppose what this is seeking to do is to avoid, in combating acts, to avoid those who want to avoid their responsibilities to pension schemes. The rule provides for greater scrutiny for members' defined benefits and retirement savings. So I commend this motion to the Assembly.
Members, the question is that the Pensions Regulator Employers Resources Test Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is the further consideration stage of the Support for Mortgage Interests, etc. Security for Loans Bill. And I call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Harvey, to move the bill.
I beg to move.
As no amendments have been tabled, there is no opportunity to discuss the Mortgage Interests, etc. Security for Loans Bill today. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at the final stage. The further consideration stage of the Support for Mortgage Interests, etc. Security for Loans Bill is therefore concluded. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order, members. The next item in the order paper is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the health protection, coronavirus restrictions, wearing of face coverings, revocation regulations, Northern Ireland 2022 be approved.
Thank you, and I call the Minister for Health to move the motion.
Moved.
The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today, members are considering a single statutory rule which removes the remaining COVID-19 restrictions from regulation. SR 2022-47, the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Wearing of Face Coverings, Revocation Regulations Northern Ireland 2022, were made on the 15th of February and came into operation at 5 p.m. that day. Mr Deputy Speaker, it had been the intention of the Executive to review the remaining restriction regulations at its meeting on the 10th of February. Work had been done to assess the options available and the likely impact. In light of the position in respect to the virus, the pressures upon the Health Service and the Executive commitment not to have regulations in place any longer than was necessary, I concluded there was a case for ending the remaining legal restrictions. My conclusion also included the determination that the measures the regulations had contained should be the subject of official guidance to the public and to organisations. It is worth noting that these measures where shop managers and anyone organising gatherings over a certain size should still conduct a risk assessment and take all reasonable measures to limit the risk of transmission. Managers of hospitality and entertainment venues should still conduct a risk assessment, take all reasonable measures to limit the risk of transmission and collect visitor information. Managers of tourist accommodation or close contact service and anyone organising a wedding or civil partnership ceremony should still collect visitor information. Anyone organising a funeral or wake should still comply with Department of Health guidance on funerals, and no one should meet in groups of more than 30 indoors. COVID certification still be used in hospitality and entertainment values, and people should wear a face covering in enclosed public areas of premises, restaurants, cafes, bars and pubs, on public transport, for driving instruction and in close contact service settings. Mr Deputy Speaker, due to matters beyond my control or that of my department, the meeting of the Executive scheduled for the 10th of February did not take place. This resulted in some uncertainty, as any previous decisions in respect of COVID-19 regulations had been decided at executive level. Having reached my conclusion regarding the removal of restrictions, I sought legal clarity from the Attorney-General on whether I could implement this policy and revoke the regulations without seeking a decision from the Executive. In light of legal advice, I wrote to my fellow Executive Ministers on the 10th of February seeking their views. I was pleased to note that my ministerial colleagues supported my approach, enabling me to take this decision. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I instructed my officials to revoke the remaining restrictions with the legislation coming into effect on the 15th of February. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, while the legal restrictions may have come to an end, the pandemic certainly has not, and any measures that were in regulation have moved to guidance. It is vitally important that we continue to observe the sensible measures we have all learned to protect ourselves and others, meeting outdoors where possible, good ventilation indoors, the use of high-quality face coverings where appropriate in indoor settings, self-isolation when symptomatic or after a positive test, and uptake of vaccination, including boosters. These measures form a baseline of good practice for this foreseeable future, and they will contribute to reducing the risk for the most vulnerable members of society. Further, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is important that our ability to make restrictions again in case of urgent need is retained. As previously communicated to the Executive, I intend to seek extended powers granted to the Department by the Coronavirus Act 2020 by 6 months. In line with that legislation and I plan to bring these measures before the House in the near future. I sincerely hope that these powers do not need to be used, but I cannot assume that there will be no need to protect the public from a new variant in the future. Even with these powers in place, however, it would almost certainly be impossible to introduce new restrictions in the absence of an Executive. I would again like to take this opportunity to urge everyone to continue to make safer choices and follow the public health advice. Doing this will not only help to keep you, your family and others safe, and in doing this you will undoubtedly help to play your part in keeping our society and economy open and in reducing the pressures that our health system face as we aim to return our society to normality. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Health, Colin Gildenew.
I welcome the opportunity to make some brief remarks as Chair of the Committee in relation to this matter. The Committee welcomes that we are in a place where we can now look at how restrictions can be lifted, and we have got to this point thanks to the vast majority of the population that have been following the guidance and the rules through very difficult and challenging times, and I would like to thank everyone for their patience over that period. We are also at this point thanks to the vaccination programme, and I would like to thank all of those that have taken part in that vaccination programme, including GPs and their staff, pharmacies and other vaccinators in our centres and mobile teams. I will continue to encourage people to come forward and get their vaccinations and boosters when they can. We are also, and most importantly maybe of all at this point, thanks to the absolutely massive contribution from our health and social care staff, who have cared for our most vulnerable, our families and friends when we were unable to, and indeed who provided love and support to them in very difficult times. I thank them for all their work and support they provide to our families and communities on an ongoing basis. However, while it is welcome that we are here considering easing of restrictions, we are not through this pandemic yet. We have a consistent number of over 300 in our hospitals with COVID, and we are seeing COVID-related deaths on a daily basis. It is therefore important that we all continue to play our part and follow the guidance, including wearing masks, social distancing and good hand hygiene as appropriate. In relation to these rules, last Concordia, the committee was briefed by officials on 3rd of February, and the committee welcomes the clarity provided by the wearing of face coverings amendment, which removes the requirement to provide proof of exemption and reinstating the reasonable excuse of severe distress. This issue did cause the committee some concern during consideration of a previous rule, and the committee welcomes the clarity provided by this rule. However, I would ask the Minister if he can provide some further clarity, and I know he has touched upon it in relation to his intention to bring forward to extend the underpinning regulations. But if the Minister could clarify, if there is no First Minister or Deputy First Minister in place, it would be useful to know if the Minister is able to bring forward further rules in that context. The committee considered these statutory rules, and members agreed that they were content that these rules be approved by the Assembly.
I call Pam Cameron.
Motion before the House today in terms of revocation of this particular health regulation. We've seen very many of these debates within this chamber, Mr Deputy Speaker, and this is another one. And it's obviously a good news story today that we are heading very much in the right direction. And I too would like to thank all those involved in the incredible efforts against coronavirus, especially in terms of the vaccination rollout, and applaud all those within the health service who have struggled in the last couple of years in dealing with treating ill patients. And indeed, we think of the families who have lost loved ones through this pandemic, and we can't forget their loss and that their grief is still there to be seen. So, Mr Speaker, it's appropriate just to support this motion at this time, and like the Chair has outlined, just to advise people it is good to adhere to the guidance that is in place and take those common sense actions to protect ourselves and others as we make our way, hopefully, through the final stages of this pandemic. Thank you.
I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for bringing forward this today. And like other speakers, I suppose these are the sorts of days that we were hoping for going back 2 years ago, whenever we were introducing all of those rules, that we could get to the stage where we could start to undo those legislative requirements of people. But I suppose it's important and key that we note that at this stage we are here where we are today because of so many people going the extra mile and doing what they can. Be that simply the individuals that put on a face mask whenever they went into a shop that maybe helped to stop spreading the virus around all of the people in that shop, which then could have led to people getting very sick, ending up in hospital. We thank too the staff within our health service who went the extra mile to be able to do the work that they did, and where they also had to wear the masks like everybody else, and will still need to. But this is the sort of day that we want to see more of, because it speaks to the fact that we're moving away from the virus, but it's still here, it's still present, and therefore it still has the potential to spread. And some of the simplest methods to stop that spread are things like the hand hygiene, social distancing, and continuing to wear the face masks. I know that many of us will still continue to wear them when we are in places where we are in close contact with people, and that will be the type of intervention that will continue to help. But this is an important step today. I welcome it, and I'm delighted that the SDLP can support it. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the regulation changes today. So I appreciate the Minister was put in a very difficult position shortly before announcing this revocation by the absence of an executive. I do, nevertheless, have two specific concerns. Firstly, I'm concerned about the lack of scrutiny afforded to this step. Although the regulations were brought in under emergency legislation, it is unclear why they should be revoked without consultation when the emergency legislation to reinstate them is still in place. Just a few days beforehand, it seemed to most of us that the next step in the removal of restrictions would be relatively minor, when what was announced was actually extremely significant, an outright revocation going well beyond any of our neighbours at the time. Whatever our views on the rights and wrongs of that, we are left entirely unclear about what expert advice enabled this step to be taken at that time. This touches on the other aspect, which, as ever, is communications. Questions on the announcement were taken by a senior official who was left to reveal at the time that self-isolation after a positive test had never in fact been a legal requirement. For some time after the announcement, public signs and announcements in certain locations, such as on trains and buses, still stated that face coverings were mandatory, suggesting that there had been very little warning that the complete revocation of the regulations was expected across all public services at that time. Of course, face coverings remained mandatory in schools, potentially causing further confusion about exactly on what grounds they were now not legally necessary elsewhere. Notably, while most of us probably broadly welcomed this move, not just because it enables us to do more things freely, but also because it suggested conclusively that the Omicron variant was not as severe. Others did not see it that way. For some, not least those who are clinically vulnerable, it caused significant anxiety, and we covered this subject many times in the Health Committee in recent months, with no clear guidance as to what they should do now. There were some people getting quite ill and others still expressing extreme concern about what would happen if they contracted the virus, given their underlying health condition. With daily numbers of infections still running in the thousands amongst a population of under 2 million, we must do far more to address this anxiety. Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to commend the many people and organisations who continue to act responsibly, not least on behalf of these clinically vulnerable people. I look forward to hearing from the Minister about guidance for those who are clinically vulnerable and perhaps remain anxious about a virus that is still out there. Thank you.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think this is an occasion to, once again, as others have said, to praise the Northern Ireland public for how they have stepped up to the plate to help to curtail the spread of COVID infection. We have asked people to make personal, family and employment sacrifices, and thankfully the majority of the public did exactly that. And we were fearful at the start of this pandemic about facing the complete collapse of our health service and hospitals and GP practices just collapsing with the sheer volume of people presenting with the infection. And because of all these sacrifices that the public made and the public compliance, those scenarios, doomsday scenarios, were averted. And certainly the guidance and the regulations that were brought forward through this House definitely contributed to that situation. The arrival of the vaccine was certainly a game changer, and I think we can't praise enough or often enough all the staff who were involved in coordinating that programme. I think it's approaching now nearly 4 million doses of COVID vaccine have been administered, and that's on top of the annual routine flu vaccination. So everybody involved in that deserves the highest praise that we can give them. And what I've noticed is a lot of people are still quite comfortable to wear a mask, and that's fine. That people, if they feel comfortable doing that, I would certainly encourage people to do that. Also would encourage them, as other speakers have said, to continue to take the basic precautions, the simple ones that we came out at the start: wash your hands, social distancing, not going into crowded areas. So, as I say, I would call on the public to continue to do that. And I certainly support the motion in front of the House today. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Paul Frew.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to, of course, welcome the move by the Health Minister here today, but to also show concern that he uses this opportunity to slip into this House that he intends to extend his powers for a further 6 months. This power that was used to discriminate against people, preventing them from entering premises only on the basis of their vaccination status due to the vaccine certification scheme. These powers that was used to close down gyms, but to leave open off-sales, used to close down businesses from operating, providing a service and a living, used to prevent people from earning a living and from going to work, used to isolate people in care homes, away from their families, preventing the care, preventing loved ones from even attending vulnerable loved ones in their own homes, providing food and assistance and care. These powers were used to fine people from swimming in the sea, from walking along a beach, and all without sufficient evidence or justification or information or data provided to the population. Absolutely no transparency or openness provided to our people. And people have suffered, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In fact, people will suffer for years on end because, yes, I will, yeah.
I've stood in this chamber many a time and criticised the Minister or challenged him to reveal evidence. And on every occasion he will come back to me and tell me where that evidence can be found. And you've used the word there, transparency. I think that it was wrong in this context. If you wanted the information, you probably could have found it.
I thank the member for her intervention, but the people out there haven't saw that evidence. And whenever the Minister has alluded to some evidence, it has in most occasions, been outdated and very scant, and doesn't provide or isn't sufficient for the population out there. But yet this Minister now wants to extend his powers in the midst of an election period where there is no executive and there will be no assembly to hold the Minister to account. Now, I don't think that's sufficient. I don't think that's appropriate. And I would ask the Minister, why is he bringing this information to us on the back end of another piece of legislation? Why would he not even make a contribution to this House on its own? Make a statement justifying why he needs these powers. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I now call the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome today's debate on the amendment to revoke the health protection restriction regulations and the face covering regulations, and I want to thank members for their contributions. I'll now turn to some of the points from members made during the debate, and I thank the Chair and the Vice Chair again for their continuing support and for also their encouragement in regards to the vaccine programme and encouraging those people still to come forward and get it as well, because our vaccine programmes, our vaccine clinics are still running, and I would encourage anyone who can avail to come forward and get it. The Chair asked in regards to the extension in the absence of an executive of who can make them, and I think it touches on Mr. Frew's point slightly as well. The Coronavirus Act, the extension of powers to act for the protection of public health Northern Ireland order, its purpose is to extend the expiry date of Section 48 of the Coronavirus Act and the provisions in Schedule 18. Currently that's due to expire, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the 24th of March 2022, and I have written to the Business Committee asking that a debate be held on this extension, Mr. Frew, so you do get the opportunity to have your say at that point, and that would be for an 6 months extension. If an executive is not formed or is not in place after the next election, implementation of the regulations will remain the responsibility of those mentioned in the regulations. And on the basis that the expiry date of Section 48 and Schedule 18 will have been extended prior to the dissolution of the Assembly, it is not clear if further regulations could be brought in the absence of a functioning executive. And this is because, as I have said, the likelihood is that any decision such as this would be controversial and cross-cutting, necessitating an executive decision, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I have often said in regards and in reference to any coronavirus regulations and the fact that they were taken by the executive as a whole. And I will point out, it was a message I received at one point. Actually said to me it was the executive collectively who agreed the emergency procedures, and that included DUP ministers. And at that point, I thanked the leader of the DUP for his message. In regards,
does the minister agree that, to stand charged in this place, that you actually want to be able to take decisions which may effectively save lives, and are being criticised for doing that by the very same people that are in a party that refuse to give us an actual executive to take that decision, which could ultimately save lives? That, from my perspective, I just see that as downright cheeky. Absolutely cheeky, that people would sit here and say, we're not going to give you an executive, and if that executive needs to take decisions to save lives, how dare anybody else do that? I think it's the ultimate act of cheek, and I wish that members of certain parties would reflect what they're depriving people of.
No, and I thank the member for his intervention. I'll not expand on that because I don't think members want to be here for as long as I probably could, but I would note that it's not all members of a single party that hold that position, and I have been supported in the past, not just in regards to some of the statements that have been made from ministerial colleagues, from Health Committee members, but also the party leader on a number of occasions as well. And I'll thank the member for the points that he did make and his contributions about the utilisation and where we moved from regulation into guidance, and the fact that those baseline measures are in place, and I would encourage people to continue to follow those as well. In regards to Ms Bradshaw's contribution, as usual, and I think she said, and part of an intervention of her ability to challenge and ask questions in regards to these regulations, and like all members of the Health Committee, Mr Deputy Speaker, they have done that at all occasions, whether it's I was in front of them or my officials were in front of them in regards to these regulations. And these regulations have always been debated through this House, and I've often said not in a way that I would have liked at times, but I would, and I have pointed out recently that it has been solely left to me to bring them forward rather than the executive as a collective. In regards to Ms Bradshaw's point in regards to communication and how this change was actually brought about, I would point out again, as I did in my opening comments, I had communicated with all my ministerial colleagues who come back to say that they supported this step being taken, and the step that it was there, but also the date that was taken as well. That came back from Infrastructure, Education and Justice and other ministers who also supported these steps as well. So they were all aware of my intention, they all supported that intention, and how the fallout of that would be in place for their respective arm's length bodies, but also departments as well. And Mr Chambers, in his contribution again, acknowledged the contribution of our healthcare workers and what it has done and what it has been brought about. Mr Deputy Speaker, there was accusations made about me slipping something in and not for full debate. I think what I was actually using was taking this opportunity to flag that the debate was coming. The Chair of the Health Committee, the members of the Health Committee are aware that this is going to be brought, and I have tabled that before. It's been tabled through the Business Office, and I'm seeking now that it is actually brought to the Business Table or Business Committee for scheduling, so I'll be here to have that debate. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope that I have answered as many of the members' queries and questions as was possible, and I again want to thank the members for their contributions, both today and throughout the entirety of this pandemic. I also would like to thank the Health Committee for its invaluable scrutiny of the regulations throughout this process. Mr Deputy Speaker, on closing this debate, I would once again reiterate that while the legal restrictions have come to an end, the pandemic certainly has not. And I would implore us all to follow the guidance that remains so that we can protect one another, protect our health service and support societies in the return to normality. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
Members, the question is that the health protection coronavirus restrictions, wearing of face coverings, revocation, regulations NI 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order, member. The next items of business are 2 motions from the Committee on Procedures to amend standing orders. There will be a single debate on both motions. I will ask the Clerk to read the first motion and then call the Chair on the Committee on Procedures to move it. The member will then commence the debate on both motions. At the end of the debate, I will then put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record and I will call the Chair to move it. The question will then be put on that second motion. So if that's clear, we will proceed. Clerk, please read the first motion.
That the motion to amend Standing Order 3, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you, and I call the Chair of the Committee on Procedures to move the motion.
Mullen Roon, I move the motion.
The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 45 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. So now I call the Chair to open the debate on both motions.
Today's first motion from the Committee on Procedures is to introduce a new Standing Order 3A with a consequential amendment to Standing Order 4. The Committee considered the potential for a newly elected member to be prevented by exceptional circumstances from attending the first meeting of the new Assembly. This potential scenario was identified in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and members having to self-isolate. However, although COVID is currently the most likely reason that a member may not be able to attend Parliament buildings, the Committee did recognise that there may well be other legitimate and unforeseen situations that could prevent a member from being able to attend in person the first sitting of the Assembly after the elections. Members will know that the procedure for the first meeting of a new Assembly is set out in Standing Order 3. Amongst other things, Standing Order 3 provides for new members to take their seats by giving the undertaking and signing the roll of membership. A member may not participate in Assembly proceedings or have title to the privileges of office until she or he has taken her or his seat. Standing Order 3 provides for the separate proceedings of designating. A member may do this after signing the roll by entering in the role of a designation of identity being nationalist, unionist or other. The Northern Ireland Act provides that the relevant time for calculating the size of the potential designations is end of the day on which the first Assembly meets following its election. The potential designations given on this day essentially fixes the size of the political designations for the entire 5-year mandate. Whatever changes in political party membership or in the size of designation may occur after this point. Unless a member has indicated her or his political affiliation by the end of this day, she or he will not be taken into account in calculating the size of the political designation to which she or he belongs. The political designation of members is relevant for 2 purposes. First, for determining the political designation of a party, and secondly, for determining the sizes of the political designations of nationalist, unionist or other. The relative size of the political designations at the end of the relevant day, therefore, has a bearing on the appointment of First and Deputy First Ministers. It determines under which provision First Ministers are appointed, from which the designation to the Deputy First Minister may be appointed. Under the current arrangements, there is a risk that a member's inability to attend and designate in person at the first sitting may affect the relative size of the designations and therefore also affect which party gets to nominate for First Ministers. The Committee wishes to remove this risk. In order to address this, the Committee is proposing that a new Standing Order 3A, which would allow a member in exceptional circumstances to designate by notice if they are unable to attend the first sitting of the Assembly. The new Standing Order 3A introduces a notice of political designation which may be submitted by a member only where exceptional circumstances prevent that member attending in person the first meeting of an Assembly. Notice must be given in writing and shall only have effect if received by the Speaker before the first meeting. I would also like to highlight, Lascan Collier, that the proposed changes brought forward by the committee only relate to designation. A member will still be required to take their seat in person, and if they cannot do this at the first sitting, she or he may do so thereafter by arrangement with the Speaker in accordance with existing arrangements. As I said at the start, the most likely reason for this to occur is due to the pandemic. However, there could be other exceptional circumstances such as bereavement or non-pandemic related sickness. The committee believes that this change is proportionate and reasonable and should be put in place before the end of the mandate. So, Lascan Collier, on behalf of the Committee of Procedures, I'm pleased to move this motion. Gormagov.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the SDLP, I rise to support this motion. I think it is a reasonable adjustment that not just speaks to the times that we're working in, but it also allows for democracy to run its course. And it is about the designation, and it allows a fair measure to be taken before any systems that are dependent on it can be run. So the SDLP will be supporting this. Thank you.
I call Rosemary Barton.
This amendment brought forward this afternoon is to Standing Order 3 and has done so in the event that a member could not attend the first meeting of the Assembly following a dissolution, whether it be through illness or for any other reason. The member therefore could not declare his or her designation of identity, which is as to what their political designation is. This is very important as it may have a knock-on effect regarding the appointment of the First and Deputy First Minister, particularly if the membership is very close in numbers. So this risk needs to be removed. Given the significance of the importance of this first day designation when the Assembly meet, which fixes the sizes of the political designation over the next 5 years, we had to look at some way of getting rid of this risk. To overcome this issue, a new term is introduced, notice of political designation, where a person in their absence can declare their political designation to the Speaker in writing, and the exceptional circumstances for their absence, which will be reported to the Assembly. This will allow for proceedings to appoint First Minister and Deputy First Minister. This change is reasonable and proportionate, and the UUP will be supporting it.
Could we have Kelly Armstrong onto our screens? And I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to the Chair and to the Committee of Procedures for bringing forward this change today. As the Chair has set out, there are changes to Standing Order 3 and the changes to Standing Order 4 are consequential to that. While the Alliance Party supports this change, I just would like to put it on record that it doesn't actually resolve one of the issues, the big, glaringly obvious issue that has been created because of the St Andrews Agreement, whereby the issue of designation is fine and dandy if you're a nationalist or a unionist, but if you're other, it doesn't affect the change that is needed. That should someone from the other designation actually have the numbers to nominate as Deputy First Minister, they are barred from doing so because they're not nationalist or unionist. This has been an ongoing issue of this Assembly and will continue to be so in the next mandate. It seems quite unusual that those who are others, if the numbers are there, you can be a First Minister, but you can't be a Deputy First Minister. Now, on the first day, when the political designations are counted, it is right and proper in the areas that the Chair has pointed out, if someone is not available, that they can, of course, have their designation recorded. However, it's to put on record that while Alliance accepts this change, we're extraordinarily disappointed that yet again others are being treated as something different and that the issues that were brought forward in the St Andrews Agreement have still not been dealt with. Thank you.
I now call the Deputy Chair of the Committee on Procedures, Tom Buchanan, to conclude and wind up the debate, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm speaking today as Deputy Chair of the Committee on Procedures, and I support today's proposed motion by the Committee on Procedures to change Standing Order 3 and introduce a new Standing Order 3A with a consequential amendment to Standing Order 4. This is simply a practical solution for an emergency or exceptional situation which could have more significant consequences if not addressed. When Standing Order 3 was originally drafted and agreed, I think it's pretty fair to say that with confidence that not many of us would have expected to see what was seen and the changes that took place over that period of time. Therefore, it is right that we should be able to change standing orders in order to respond to changing circumstances. We are living in uncertain times, and the lives of elected representatives are no less subject to the unexpected circumstances that arise in the lives of those who elect us. And I agree that the changes to standing orders that the committee is proposing today are reasonable, proportionate, and would achieve the intended objective, which addresses the risk of a new member being unable to designate in person at the first meeting of a new assembly, and this having further unintended consequences. And listening to the members around the floor today, Sinead Bradley did make the reference to this being a reasonable adjustment, and it allows for democracy to run its course. Rosemary Barton made reference of it being reasonable and proportionate. Kelly Armstrong did, while she did say they supported it, the Alliance Party, she also raised concerns that it didn't address the issue of designation. But I think everyone in this House, no matter what their political opinion, can agree that the first day a member is to report to the Assembly is important and significant. Therefore, it would only be in very exceptional circumstances that someone would stop any one of us being here. I'd like to mention, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the committee, during its consideration of this item, originally only discussed temporary measures in the context of self-isolation requirements that COVID-19 may have on members when the new Assembly sits. However, upon reflection and deliberation, it was agreed that a more permanent provision should be made in standing order due to the fact that there are other exceptional and genuine reasons which may arise that might prevent a member from attending that first meeting. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support today's motion. I would urge the House to support what's before it also. Thank you.
Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and I am satisfied with ayes are coming from all sides of the House that the necessary cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. The motion is agreed. We will now move on to amend Standing Order 4, which has already been debated, and ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the motion to amend Standing Order 4, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you, and I call the Chair of the Committee, Karen Keelan, of the Committee on Procedures, to move the motion.
Solomon Roon, I move the motion.
Again, members, before I put the question, I remind you that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is the motion standing on the order paper is agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. As there rise from all sides of the chamber and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. The motion is agreed. The next item of business is another motion from the Committee on Procedures to amend Standing Order 110. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the motion to amend Standing Order 110, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you, and I call the Chair of the Committee on Procedures, Karen Keelan, to move the motion.
Solomon Roon, I move the motion.
The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call the Chair to open the debate on the motion.
Today I am pleased to bring this motion to the House, which proposes to further extend Standing Order 110 till the end of July 2022. Standing Order 110 applies the relevant time frame for all of the temporary provisions in Standing Orders from 110A to 116. As the Assembly knows, Standing Orders 110 to 116 were originally agreed back in March 2020 at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. The purpose of these standing orders was to allow both plenary and committee business to continue while adhering to public health advice and keeping members and staff as safe as possible. Among other things, the temporary provisions provide for members to participate in plenary proceedings remotely, subject to the Speaker making the appropriate provision. Also, proxy voting in the Chamber, alternative quorum arrangements in committees, delegating voting in committees and committees to take decisions outside meetings. I don't think any of us could have predicted that 2 years on from the start of these temporary provisions would need to be here today to consider further extending them. This is the fourth time in 2 years that the committee has brought forward a motion to extend these temporary provisions. During this time, the committee has kept the arrangements under review. We do not take lightly the decision to bring forward this motion to extend them again. The last time this House agreed to extend them was on the 15th of June 2021, when it was agreed that they should continue to the end of this mandate. Of course, that is only 2 weeks away, and thankfully, Lascan Colia, the current situation of the pandemic is certainly not as severe as it has been. The uptake of the vaccine and boosters and people adhering to public health advice has made an incredible impact during these unprecedented times. As the milder weather approaches, I'm hopeful that we will be able to return to even more normality. However, the pandemic has not ended. There are still a high number of cases. It is still advisable to take precautions to reduce the potential spread of the virus. That is why the committee is now proposing to extend the temporary provisions until the end of July 2022. The committee considered the risks associated with following the provisions to simply lapse at the end of the mandate without knowing what the situation might be in May of this year. The committee decided against this approach. We did not want to take this decision unilaterally. The committee consulted the Business Committee on 3 options: to do nothing and let the temporary provisions cease to have effect at the end of the mandate, to agree to extend all or some of the temporary provisions to a date in the new mandate, or to consider whether all or some of the temporary provisions should be reviewed and considered for retention and standing orders on a permanent basis. The Business Committee was of the view that due to changing circumstances with the pandemic, the temporary provisions should be allowed to roll to the end of the mandate and beyond. However, it did encourage a review early in the new mandate. The committee agreed with this approach and is highlighting in our legacy report the need for an immediate and urgent review of these provisions at the next Procedures Committee, emphasising that this review should occur as soon as possible at the start of the new mandate. Therefore, Lascan Colia, on behalf of the Committee of Procedures, I'm pleased to move this motion. Gormalgov.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the SDLP, I would like to stand and welcome the fourth presentation of the extension of these provisions. And I would also like to take a moment again to thank those clerks in the committee and elsewhere who, under very stressful circumstances, were tasked with actually writing up these amendments to standing orders. And I think time has shown that they have proven to be successful on many accounts, and reasons that should be considered in any future review in terms of there being some substance in retaining some of the value in these temporary provisions. So I think it is fitting that we thank those officials who did step up at that time, because not only to keep members in terms of accessing this place safe, but also the many people who work in this building and who have been safeguarded by them. So we will be welcoming this extension. It seems a very natural ending to bring forward this to the end of the mandate, but I would urge that those tasked with looking at the review do look at this in a wider context and see the many other advantages that have been enabled by these provisions. Thank you.
Could we have Kelly Armstrong onto our screens? And I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again to the Chair and to the Committee for Procedures in bringing this forward. As a member who's currently using these standing orders to be able to attend the Chamber today, we definitely know that COVID has not gone away, and those of us who catch COVID, unfortunately, who are not able to be in the Chamber, fortunately, can at least take part in our proceedings. Alliance Party will be supporting the extension until the end of July 2022 of the standing orders 110 to 116, the temporary provisions. I noted that the Chair has said that they have taken consideration in this matter, and it's right for the Committee for Procedures to do so, because as we know as an outcome from RHI, scrutiny is vital and important, and none of us take it lightly when our vote is used by a proxy, that we have ensured that when we are voting, we're voting knowing what we're voting for and why we're voting for it. It is right and proper then that the committee has put in their legacy report that immediate and urgent consideration of the matters contained within 110 to 116 are considered as soon as possible in new mandate. Thank you.
I call Jim Allister.
Deputy Speaker, I think this is an unnecessary provision. I think that we're at a stage where we should be embracing normality in this House, and I don't think that this House should be legislating, as it were, for the next mandate. I think it's a matter for the next mandate to reach a view, and I do think that there is some party expediency in these proposals. I think proxy voting in particular has enabled a lazy approach to this House and a centralised party approach to this House, where many people are voted for, not knowing in many instances, I suspect, what they're actually voting for, because they're not even here to listen to the debate. And now we're going to compound that by continuing that, by simply allowing that lazy approach, and that approach which allows parties to suppress any notion of dissent within their own ranks. So I do think this is ill-advised. I think it's incompatible with the fact that we are approaching normality, and I think it is wrong that this Assembly should seek to make rules for any succeeding Assembly. So on that basis, I am opposed to this amendment.
I call Tom Buchanan to wind on behalf of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank the members who have made contributions during the debate. And again, speaking as the Deputy Chair of the Committee on Procedures, the motion to amend Standing Order 110 in order to extend the temporary provisions in Standing Order 110A to 116 until the end of July 22. The last time the House agreed an extension was in June of last year, when they were extended until the end of the mandate. While we are all pleased, I'm sure, to see that circumstances relating to the pandemic have significantly improved, I don't think we should maybe just let our guard down completely and allowing the temporary provisions to entirely dissolve at the end of the mandate. This could put us in a precarious situation if we were to return after an election and, due to the pandemic, members still found themselves having to self-isolate. These temporary provisions have been essential in allowing the Assembly and committees to be able to continue to undertake their work during what was and continues to be difficult and extraordinary times. They have allowed for remote and hybrid proceedings in the Chamber, allowed members to attend committee meetings remotely, to vote by proxy, and most importantly, enabled us to continue to undertake important scrutiny role. It is difficult to see how the work could have been undertaken if we had not been able to use these arrangements and have them in place. We are fortunate that we have the technology and infrastructure that has allowed this work to continue in this particular way. And I note the members around the Chamber, Sinead Bradley said, welcomed it, but said that looking to the review, that she felt it needed to be looked at in a more wider context. Kelly Armstrong said, well, there was no member that really looked at this and took on the issue of the proxy voting and all of that lightly, but were aware of what was going on and what their people were voting for and what their parties were actually voting for. And Jim Allister felt it was unnecessary, and it was unnecessary to extend these provisions as it was going into the next mandate. As the Chairperson stated in her opening speech, I can attest that the committee has regularly reviewed the timeframes of the provisions and has sought views from other stakeholders when considering any proposals to extend these provisions. This time the Business Committee shared the same view as the committee, that due to the rapidly changing circumstances with the pandemic, the temporary provisions should be allowed to roll to the end of the mandate and potentially beyond. This is entirely reasonable, and the committee will be strongly urging the next Committee on Procedures to undertake an immediate review of the temporary provisions as soon as possible in the next mandate. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Committee on Procedures, we present this motion to the Chamber today.
Before we proceed to the question on this, I remind members that the motion requires cross-community support. The question is, the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Aye. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. There are ayes from all sides of the House and a single dissenting voice from Mr Allister. I am satisfied that the necessary cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. The motion is agreed. The next item of business is another motion from the Committee on Procedures on its report into the inquiry into private members' bills. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the report of the Committee on Procedures on its inquiry into private members' bills and approves the Committee's recommendations contained in the report.
Thank you.
Mullum and Round, I move the motion.
We allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and a further 10 minutes for all other speakers for 5 minutes. And I call the Chair to open the debate in the motion.
This is a legislative assembly with the primary aim of which to consider is to scrutinise and pass legislation. Each of us has the right to propose legislation, and I don't need to remind the House about how significant and powerful a private member's bill can be. In fact, not just for the individual member, but also for the Assembly to achieve an objective. As members are aware, the process of a member wishing to bring forward a PMB is set out in guidance from the Speaker, and members can choose to either work with the support of the Bills team in the Assembly through the policy development and drafting phases prior to introduction, or they can bring a privately drafted bill straight to the Speaker. The processes have developed incrementally over time in line with the increasing demand for PMBs and the success of a number of high-profile bills. When the Assembly resumed in 2020, the Speaker authorised the creation of a dedicated PMB unit to specifically develop and support PMBs in the Assembly. The unit was provided with enhanced staff and resources for the remainder of the mandate and focused on increasing the support to members and the number of PMBs which could be supported. In 2020, the Speaker also asked the committee to consider a review of PMBs so that any changes or improvements could be in place after the 2022 election. The committee was only able to start this inquiry in April 2021, as we had to prioritise work on other aspects of standing orders as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Once started, however, evidence forthcoming from MLAs with direct experience of PMB processes providing both oral and written evidence to the committee, and I want to thank all those members who contributed. We even gathered evidence from cont'd, the first time a Speaker has provided oral evidence to an inquiry, particularly relevant given his direct role in both the members' guidance as well as in providing the resources to fund the expert drafting of bills. The evidence provided made clear to the committee that developing a competent and qualified PMB and introducing it to the Assembly is a complex and sometimes a very lengthy process. The committee did not wish to make the process even more complicated, but it did become clear that the current process could benefit from refinement and improvement, with a number of specific requirements being provided for in the Assembly Standing Orders. The inquiry's findings identified the need for PMBs to have clarity in terms of policy, scope, consistency in terms of consultation, and the need to ensure value for money when supporting members to legislation. Starting with Recommendation 1, which is, in light of the evidence considered, the right of the individual members to initiate legislation is a key feature of participation in lawmaking, and it is unlikely there will be a decline in demand for PMBs in future mandates. The committee recommends that the PMB unit is retained in the Assembly and that the Assembly Commission should allocate appropriate resources to sustain and develop the unit. The next issue is identified was the scale and scope of PMBs. Committee acknowledged that the departments have both the financial resources and professional expertise to develop and consider large and complex bills. With this in mind, the committee agreed that to ensure value for money and good legislation, that PMBs should aim to be specific and narrow and focused to be able to effect the change when PMB sponsor is seeking to achieve. Recommendation 2 is in accordance with the existing guidance, and to ensure that effective use of public resources, the committee recommends that members should ensure that when bringing forward a PMB, the policy proposals are contained therein are sufficiently narrow and specific in focus to effect the change which the PMB sponsor is seeking to achieve. Recommendation 3 is when the committee is to consider that we need to address the issue of high demand for PMBs and expectations. The committee recommends that the Bill Office should develop revised guidance for the incoming Speaker to approve and to be provided to members early in the new mandate. Committee further agreed that the guidance should set out clear deadlines and timescales for achieving key milestones in the development process, as well as details on the opening and closing of the PMB submission window and management of deadlines through the PMP development process. Recommendation 4 of the inquiry aims to prevent congestion in the latter plenary sessions of a mandate by setting a final deadline which PMB should be introduced to the Assembly. The committee is recommending that this deadline should be set out in standing orders for the end of June of the penultimate session of the mandate. Recommendation 5, which aims to address what committee found to be the lack of parity between the two ways in which a member can currently bring forward a PMB, either through the PMB support unit or by presenting a privately drafted one to the Speaker for approval to be introduced in the Assembly. Members will know that privately drafted bills are not subject to the same criteria or stages of development before submission to the Speaker, and only that they are within legislative competence of the Assembly, and they should come with an accompanying explanatory and financial memorandum and EFM. The committee did not wish to prohibit PMBs being introduced via the privately drafted route. It agreed that bills introduced this way should not be supported by the unit. Recommendation 5, the committee recommends that all PMBs have to meet the minimum procedural requirements for introduction set out in standing orders, and that any member wishing to introduce a PMB which has been privately drafted should require to undertake a public consultation similar in terms as a bill supported by the unit, and have communicated the policy objectives and scope of the proposal to the relevant department before they are submitted to the Speaker for consideration. Recommendation 6 also examine whether a sponsor of a PMB should have an ex officio membership of the relevant scrutiny committee. The committee heard considerable evidence for both and against this, determining in the end that there would be no procedural changes in this regard. Committees will continue to manage the handling of evidence in relation to a PMB and weighing up the most appropriate level of involvement by the sponsor, as well as the relevant range of stakeholders to the bill. Lastly, Recommendation 7 is the implementation of Section 15(3) of the Assembly and Executive Reform Assembly Opposition Act Northern Ireland 2016, making provision for an annual debate on executive legislative timetable in the Assembly standing orders would be a helpful planning tool for the scheduling of plenary business, as well for the wider scheduling of support by the Bills teams, and that proposals to implement this should be brought forward without delay. Recognising that we are now at the end of this mandate, if approved today, these will set out in the Committee's Legacy Report for urgent action. I'm pleased to move this and bring forward to the Assembly. Gormagov.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chair for presenting the report to the House. On behalf of the SDLP, I rise in support of the report, and I think it was quite a timely piece of work given the mandate and the unusual mandate that this was, because there was quite a large amount of private members' bills work happening across the House at this time. So I want to thank all those members who did feed into committee to speak of their experiences. And I think most members in this House will be alert to the fact that in as much as there are plenty of private member bills coming in volume, there are also a lot of different styles and processes that have been behind each of those bills, and unfortunately it has left some of them quite problematic. And I do think that there definitely is a piece of work to be done, and this report tries to speak to that in terms of refining the process and trying to bring things into line, because nobody wants to prevent any member from bringing forward a private member's bill, but we all recognise that departments are the best place to draft bills in terms of resource. And although private members can go off, hopefully having exhausted all possibilities of a sponsoring department taking the lead, when a member does go off to do that piece of work, they are either working with the unit who are very stretched, very able, but very stretched, and I think that has come to light during our findings in this report. But also then you see members, quite rightly, if resource allows them and they have access to going to independent drafters, where we then are met in this House with different styles. And whilst members may be in agreement of the principle of what is trying to be delivered, there can be complications that, quite frankly, then end up eating up time on the floor of the House, and can add layers to what is already a very complex situation. So I think the report does go some way to try and speak to those difficulties that we did find in the process. And of course that was, they are speaking to the private members' bills that make it this far, and many don't. And I think if we do have a more streamlined clarity of approach in terms of deadlines and when members should expect to present bills to the Business Office and to the Speaker, that will make for better use of time on the floor of this House. So we want to welcome this report today. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on the report into the inquiry into private members' bills. Firstly, I'd like to thank all those that took part in the review and very honestly expressed both their good experiences and those that were more frustrating for them. It was firmly agreed that it was the right of individuals in this legislative institution to initiate legislation for lawmaking, and given the number that have been brought forward over the past 2 years, it is unlikely that the demand for PMBs would decline. The committee therefore agreed that appropriate resources were needed to sustain and develop PMBs in the future. To prevent a repeat of what's happening at the moment in relation to bills and them being backlogged at the end of a mandate, it was recommended that a final deadline for a PMB be introduced to the Assembly through a set of standing orders for the month of June of the penultimate session of the mandate. As you'll be aware, privately drafted legislation does not have to undergo a mandatory public consultation and have communicated the objectives to the Department before they are submitted to the Speaker. The committee, however, recommended that there be a mandatory public consultation along with the submission of objectives to the Department and the Speaker. The Procedures Committee did not recommend that it was necessary for the bill sponsor to be invited to the respective committee. This should remain at the discretion of the Speaker, and also the appropriate committee will continue gathering the evidence through an appropriate method of collecting it from the sponsors and from the stakeholders about the bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, in supporting this, I recommend this report.
Could we have Kelly Armstrong onto our screens?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Chair and the Committee for Procedures for their work on this important matter. Alliance believes passionately in the ability of members being able to introduce legislation and the importance of ensuring good law. We are incredibly fortunate to have the Non-Executive Bills Unit in the Assembly as an excellent resource to ensure that robust legislation is proposed. To this end, Alliance supports making it mandatory for all private members' bills to go through the supported private members' bill service, including privately drafted bills. This will ensure drafting of robust legislation with mandatory consultation. Alliance also confirm that it's vital that the private members' bill service needs to enable access to the Office of Legislative Counsel for bill sponsors. If OLC is the gold standard of legal advice and input, then why wouldn't we provide access to them for a bill sponsor? Why does a bill sponsor have to depend on convention and the will of a minister to take forward any OLC consequential amendments? As part of a consultation exercise, it should be a mandatory requirement for engagement, of course, with the Minister and departmental officials of the relevant department, and where necessary, multiple ministers and officials should the proposed bill cross over more than one department. Additionally, this consultation should, of course, include the Human Rights Commission and the Equality Commission. If a bill is to be brought to the Assembly floor, it is vital these groups have been consulted. Mr Deputy Speaker, having been through the private members' bill service, it is extremely concerning that there are ministers and parties in this House that call bills flawed and claim they have not been consulted upon, even though they have been through hours of expensive and extensive private members' bill service and have been worked on by professional drafters and Assembly staff. Therefore, it is vital that all members are provided with a clear and unambiguous written clarification confirming the processes any bill has to go through before it gets to the floor of this House and while it is going through the legislative process of this Assembly, and this is why Alliance is absolutely supporting Recommendation 3. Mr Deputy Speaker, much of the time of the Assembly and committees is taking up amending bills, especially privately drafted bills. Alliance supports the recommendation that all private members' bills must go through the supported private members' bill service, as this will ensure that Assembly and committee time is used most effectively. It's vital that all private members' bills should undertake a period of consultation before being tabled. The supported private members' bill service will ensure that this period takes place for all private members' bills, and we would advocate that the outcomes of all consultations are formally documented in an agreed manner, detailing feedback received and how this has been dealt with. We already have a report from committees detailing their scrutiny, and it makes sense, therefore, that bill sponsors should have to produce a report confirming how they have completed scrutiny in advance of drafting. Mr Deputy Speaker, there also needs to be clarification if a bill sponsor has to consult again after a bill has been drafted and published. My own experience has been that bill sponsors are criticised for a consultation stage that some ministers and members appear to think is part of a process when it isn't. The actual process is that once a private member's bill is published, has been through introduction, that bill goes through the processes of this House and the relevant committee completes scrutiny. There isn't a second scrutiny stage completed or required to be completed by the bill sponsor. With an unlimited amount of private members' bills available to come before the Assembly, huge amounts of business time have the potential to be devoted to this area. We would propose that a ballot system, such as in the Welsh Parliament, is introduced, but with a more generous allocation beyond that of the Welsh Senedd, where Bill's ballot only permits 20 members to bring forward a bill within the mandate. Mr Deputy Speaker, checks and balances should also be introduced to ensure that smaller parties and single members are not discriminated against, such as, for example, allowing a member to introduce at least one private member's bill per mandate. The capacity and ability for members to bring forward legislation must be balanced against the need to allocate time for executive legislation. The lack of such from certain ministers has been notable in current and previous mandates, hence perhaps the focus on private members' bills. In order to make the best use of private members' bills, it's important that consideration is given to how to differentiate
Member to our
between
remarks
bills
to close.
seeking to Sorry, I just would go on to then say, in conclusion, private members' bills are important to enable backbench members to bring forward legislation, but it is not appropriate for ministers to break with convention because a bill doesn't suit their political outlook. So,
The member's time is up. And I call the Deputy Chairperson of the Committee on Procedures, Tom Buchanan, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And again, as Deputy Chair of the Committee, I'd like to thank all the members who have contributed to this debate on the Private Members' Inquiry Report and recommendations today. And I've been appreciated hearing all of the comments made by the members today in relation to their views on the private members' process around the floor today. And again, just to focus on some of those, Sinead Bradley supported the report, spoke of the large amount of private members' bills in recent times, the difficulties that there was with some of them, and this was a piece of work that did need some refining in future to support private members. Rosemary Barton, I'll get it right yet. Rosemary Barton appreciated the resources required, and she said that there was further development of the PMBs actually required much more resources than they were getting. She spoke of the final deadline for PMBs to be submitted to the Assembly, which was something that was agreed by the committee. Kelly Armstrong did make mention of the PMBs coming through, and that all coming through needs to be supported through the private members' services there. She spoke of obviously of our own experience of bringing through the private members' bill, and talked about the checks and balances that was needed within them. And that gave us something of a flavour of what the other members were saying. I want to echo what the Chairperson stated in her opening statement, that the primary objective of this Assembly is to consider, scrutinise and pass legislation for the people of Northern Ireland, and that private members' bills are a valued and useful means to bring about significant legislative change for the people that we represent. There was much to be learned from the evidence gathering stage of the inquiry. It was especially useful to hear directly from the MLAs that had brought forward a private members' bill recently, and to hear their direct accounts of the process, and indeed to hear from the Speaker of the House as he articulated his views on the process. And I want to thank all those members that came to speak to the committee, and also to the Speaker of the House as well. It was particularly interesting, having heard those perspectives, to then both observe and participate in the debates as a number of these bills progressed through this House in recent weeks. The private members' bill process is indeed a valued and powerful means of effecting considerable change, and because of this it was important that the committee tread a fine line between setting standards and procedural requirements in order to make the development of legislation both rigorous and thorough, but without restricting a member's right to develop the purpose of the bill. All of the recommendations reflect our view as a committee. We all agreed the right that a member to bring forward private legislation is highly valued and should be retained. The committee agreed that the process of bringing forward or developing a private members' bill should not be overly burdensome, but should be transparent, should be efficient, and very importantly represent value for money. They also agreed that this mandate has been an extraordinary one, and although it shouldn't be used as a model for demand for PMBs for future mandates, it was clear from statistics and figures that demand has been steadily increasing in recent mandates. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, as the Chairperson rightly highlighted during her introduction, members bringing forward PMB should be mindful of policy objectives they wish to achieve, determining whether their policy objectives may be able to be addressed via other means. The point is that private members' bills should not be viewed as one option, not the only solution to bring about a desired change. There are other ways of bringing about that change rather than simply a private member's bill. The committee was very clear that all PMBs should aim to be narrow and specific in focus to affect the change which the sponsor is seeking to achieve. Private members' bills are not the best route for large, complex bills, a view that I believe the Speaker himself shared while he was presenting to the committee. Another area where the committee was agreed was in requiring that all private members' bills should meet a number of minimum requirements, whether they are developed through the private members' bills unit or are privately drafted bills. Though it was acknowledged by the committee that bringing a private drafted bill could be quicker, it was not considered fair or appropriate that privately drafted bills should not have to meet the same requirements. The need to balance the right to legislate fairness and value for money was at the forefront of our minds when we concluded that privately drafted bills should, as a minimum, be accompanied by a robust consultation exercise and consultation with the relevant department or departments. And I believe, Mr Deputy Speaker, that those new procedural requirements are not overly burdensome and still preserve a member's right to use the privately drafted option. These are just some of the main recommendations from the committee's inquiry, and the Chair has already set out some of the procedural changes that are involved. And like I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee's goal in making these recommendations was to make the process fair, cost-effective and not overly odious. There are 3 of the recommendations which involve changes to standing orders should the Assembly agree this report today. And given the time remaining in this mandate, it is the committee's hope that these can be implemented as soon as possible in the next mandate, assisting members through the private members' bill process at the Assembly. I look forward to seeing how those changes will make a difference to such an important process. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to support the report and recommendations before the House today. Thank you.
Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Question time is due to commence at 2 p.m. I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then.
Members, it's time for questions to the Minister for Education. The first question has been withdrawn, so I call Mr William Humphrey. Mr Humphrey.
Number 2.
Sorry, call the Minister.
Minister McIlveen is pleased to advise that she has agreed the development and delivery of a Platinum Jubilee education programme to mark Her Majesty the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. The Jubilee Education Programme will comprise 5 main projects. These include a suite of curriculum resources linked to the Jubilee, the Big NI Jubilee message from schools congratulating the Queen on the Platinum Jubilee, a Jubilee poem writing competition themed around the Queen and the Jubilee celebrations, a big Jubilee summer fair for schools and a Jubilee bake-off competition for pupils. All of the projects link directly to the Northern Ireland curriculum and have the potential to enhance teaching and learning opportunities for all pupils. They will also allow school communities to come together in a spirit of fun and friendship. The curricular resources will include a history module on the role of the monarchy, an interactive timeline of the Queen's reign, lessons and resources focused on the world, society and daily life in the 1950s, and a suite of film-based resources to highlight the Queen's connection with Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, utilising archive materials from the Queen's visit. In addition, the Department for Education in England has commissioned a commemorative book for primary-age children across the United Kingdom.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On this Commonwealth Day, can I commend the Minister in her absence for her programme. Earlier today we planted a tree to mark Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee close to Lord Craigavon's tomb. Can I ask the Minister, are there plans for the Jubilee celebrations across our education sector to be extended to uniform organisations?
First of all, thank the member for the question. And in relation to the tree planting today, may I commend him for his work in ensuring that a very appropriate commemoration took place today for that particular event and that tree planting that happened for the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. That was good work. Secondly, I know his interest in uniformed organisations and the importance that uniformed organisations are right across Northern Ireland. So in finalising the development of the programme, the Minister has specifically asked her officials to consider how they might work with uniformed organisations and other youth groups on Jubilee projects to see how they can be involved.
Call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And like the previous question, I'd like to pay tribute to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association in this Assembly for planting the tree today to mark Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee. Can I ask the Minister, and it's probably opposite as he's also the Agriculture Minister, would he have any plans to provide trees to any school in Northern Ireland that wishes to have a tree to plant to mark this year?
Absolutely. That's something that we can give an assurance on. So in terms of tree planting, any schools that would require trees, we have an ample amount amongst the Forest Service there, and we would be able to engage with the Education Department in the distribution of such.
I call Alan Chambers.
Mr Deputy Speaker, question 3.
Thank the member for the question. In terms of Priory Integrated College, it was announced as one of the major capital investment projects to advance to planning under the original Fresh Start announcement in March 2016. As Priory Integrated College is a controlled school, this project is being managed by the Education Authority. In common with all of the Department of Education's major capital projects, this project is following the Royal Institute of British Architects plan of work. In February 2020, the Education Authority successfully completed the appointment of an integrated consultant team to carry out the design of the proposed Priory Integrated College. Following the completion of a technical feasibility study, a business case was produced. This was approved by the Department of Finance in August 2020, identifying the preferred option as a new build school at a site off the Old Hollywood Road close to Redburn Country Park. The new facilities will cater for the school's approved enrolment of 600 pupils, providing a brand new handbook, compliant school building along with indoor and outdoor sports facilities. The REBA Stage 2 concept design was approved by the Department in January 2022. The detailed design of the scheme, REBA Stage 3, is now ongoing with the integrated consultant team, working closely with the school to ensure the design meets their needs. It is anticipated that a planning application will be submitted later this year.
Supplementary from Mr. Chambers.
I thank the Minister for that update. Would the Department have any concerns that increases in building costs and potential shortage of materials could have a negative effect on the Department's planned rebuild and refurb of education facilities across the sector?
Yes, that is a very important issue that the member has raised. The construction market has been affected by sustained increases in cost and availability of materials, with significant cost increases noted in early to mid-2021 and continuing throughout the rest of the year. While the rate of cost increase has now slowed, prices remain significantly higher than they were this time last year. And as a result of the current conflict, we are into a very uncertain period, both in terms of material being available and indeed the cost of that material. Consequently, some projects are now facing costs which are significantly higher than the approved business case or indeed the tendered costs. So the Department of Finance introduced a procurement advice notice to provide a remedy for contractors that have been subject to significant and unforeseen cost increases, and this has been applied to projects across the capital programme where applicable. Going forward, a specific clause will be included on new contracts, which will permit inflationary pressures to be taken into account, and business case addendums will continue to be prepared to take account of increasing rates for materials during the life cycle of the capital projects.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for the positive update on this much-needed new building, the Prairie Integrated College for Holywood and for the wider North Down area. Can the Minister provide an update on other capital projects within the North Down constituency?
Yeah, well, we can. In Sullivan Upper School, for example, there's a new classroom block to replace temporary mobiles, refurbishment of Art and Design Department, and an extension renovation of the 1938 extension at the main entrance, and that's costing around £4 million. Glencraig Integrated Primary School, that scope of that project is yet to be confirmed, but a design team has been appointed in August 2021, and a technical feasibility is underway to scope the project, but there's been £3 million set aside for that. St Columbanus College in Bangor, the design team has been appointed, and a REBA Stage 1 is with the Department for review, and that's an investment of around £4 million. Kilcooley Primary School, there's been a procurement of a design team, has already commenced for an investment of £4 million. And Clifton School in Bangor, again, there's been an appointment of a design team due in March 2022, this month, and £4 million being spent at that facility.
Call Rachel Woods.
For his answer so far, and apologies, I think the Minister did cover this in his original answer, but I couldn't hear. Could the Minister confirm when a planning application is due to be submitted? And also, through Fresh Start funding, could the Minister outline if there exists any time pressures to have Fresh Start funding spent by?
Okay, well, in terms of Fresh Start, obviously there's that funding is available. Northern Ireland Water, for example, have advised that the ICT that there may be issues with the water network capacity in relation to Prairie Integrated College, and that's an issue that has arisen on a number of departments' capital projects, and that is obviously an issue which is causing some concern to the planning element of the project.
I call Mervyn Storey.
Number 4, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There has been considerable progress to a date on delivery of the actions contained within the report of Fresh Start. On the 16th of December 2021, Minister McElveen provided an update report to the Northern Ireland Executive and Northern Ireland Assembly outlining the progress. The report is an ambitious, long-term action plan with 47 actions spread across 6 years. The focus of the report is very much on early years, and the Minister has been keen to make progress quickly. First Start related programmes in North Antrim area include the Education Authority's Youth Service Horizons programme. Horizons is a 2-year development leadership programme designed to help address underachievement in 21 areas across the province based on the Education Authority's Youth Services Assessment of Relative Needs. The programme will target young people aged 15 and over. The northern locality of the Horizons programme is being funded as part of Key Area 5 of the First Start Action Plan. There are 5 Horizons programmes are funded through a First Start involving 75 young people in Ballymoney, the Glens Bush Mills, Jervik, Ballymena North and Ballymena South. In addition, Minister McElveen announced on the 1st of March 2022 increases in the total number of nurture groups funded by the Department, which will bring the total to 62. The number of funded nurture groups has therefore doubled in the last 2 years. There are currently 3 nurture groups in North Antrim constituency: Ballycraigie Primary School, Ballykeel Primary School and Harryville Primary School. Minister McElveen's announcement on the 1st of March included a further 3 new nurture groups in North Antrim constituency: Camp Hill Primary School, St Bridget's Primary School and St Joseph's Primary School.
Supplementary from Mr Story.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for standing in for Minister McElveen today, and also ask him to pass on our best wishes and trust that she will have a speedy recovery. We do welcome the report that the Minister has given to us today in relation to this particular report. However, what concerns would there be in the Department, particularly in relation to the unacceptable draft budget and the impact that that would have in the delivery of these needed interventions? And I welcome very much the increase in nurture, which is an issue that we have championed over the last number of years.
On the 16th of December, the Minister provided an update report to the Executive and Assembly outlining the progress, and the report is an ambitious long-term action plan with the 47 actions across the 6 years. And the focus of the report, as we said, is very much in the early years. But in terms of the delivery of it, the funding needs to be in place to ensure that we can deliver this over the 6 years. There is no point in this chamber talking about educational underachievement. There is no point in talking about more nurture, in tackling issues around early years and developing a high-quality programme like this, and then starving the Department that is to deliver that programme of the funding that they need to deliver it. I just want to say that in the course of the last number of days, there has been a mysterious £300 million which hasn't been spent, which could just all be given in one lot to people who are in difficulties now to run their own homes. Let's be very clear, there is not £300 million of unspent money. This department, the Department of Education, was starved of funding by Minister Murphy's budget, and that's why Minister Murphy's budget wasn't agreed, and not just the Department of Education. I know the Department Minister for Justice didn't agree it, because there's big issues about police officers and not having enough money to pay police officers. So let's nail the lie that there is £300 million available, because there may be some money available, but the Department of Education certainly hasn't got its requisite funding. The Department of Justice and others haven't got their requisite funding just to carry out the programmes that they currently have in place.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I extend my good wishes to the Education Minister also, and reiterate the invitation of the Education Committee to meet with her before the end of the mandate. A key action of Fair Start, and indeed New Decade, New Approach, and pretty much every programme for government going since I've been here, is the delivery of an early education and childcare strategy. Can I ask why the Education Minister has failed to deliver this early education and childcare strategy, and ask how the Minister can support the collapsing of the Executive that has rendered it powerless to allocate a budget for this much-needed early education and childcare strategy?
Well, of course, when the Executive was operating, the funding wasn't being made available by the Finance Minister to the Department of Education. I know that the member who's just posed the question has been a long-term critic of the Minister, on many occasions very unfairly. Let's talk about this scheme that I've brought to the Assembly today. This particular scheme, the First Start scheme, is one which will deliver for young people. be they young people preschool, be they younger people who have fallen out of the loop and need to get opportunities to address the issues that they have before they become to adult age. So let's give these schemes a fair chance. The Minister has been excellent in terms of identifying a scheme like this to move forward on some of these issues, and I commend her for it.
Mayor Aisling Riley for Newcastle. I call Aisling Riley.
Have you an update on the independent review of education, and will the panel undertaking that work draw on the First Start report in the course of their review?
No, I haven't an update on that at this stage, but in terms of reviewing this particular piece of work, obviously there is a considerable rollout of the scheme to happen before we get to a review stage, and it is important that we give this scheme the opportunity to move forward. So having the appropriate funding in place to deliver it is critically important, and whilst we all recognise the needs of the Department of Health, let's be very clear, that shouldn't be at the expense of children's futures, of children's education. Let's be very clear, children suffered more than most as a consequence of COVID, and the circumstances where they weren't able to attend school, weren't able to mix with their peers, and it is important that children get every opportunity. And therefore, I would press upon everybody in this Assembly to be supportive of the Minister of Education in seeking to get the appropriate budget from the Department of Finance, and that Mr Murphy will step up and ensure that children do not suffer further as a consequence of his budgets.
Mayor Daniel McCross, Castlebar.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I too would like to add my well wishes to the Education Minister for a speedy recovery. Minister puts, given the fall of the Executive and the cross-departmental nature of the recommendations within the final report, does the Minister have any concerns that the 47 actions in the report may be delayed or indeed not delivered at all?
Well, in terms of the fall of the Executive, we all want to ensure that is for as short a period as possible. And we all know what the problems are around that, and therefore we need to address those problems, and let's get back to the business that we really need to be doing. The ministers in each of their departments have been working extremely hard, but where there are those challenges of a cross-cutting nature, that is going to lead to problems, inevitable problems. And therefore the importance of ensuring that we have a system of governance where people actually elect people to make their laws, as opposed to people making laws for here who have no elected mandate to do that, then the better for all of us. And I'd encourage each and every Assembly member to support us in seeking to ensure that democratic accountability remains and that laws aren't made in Brussels to be applied here with nobody holding Brussels to account for making those laws.
And we move to the next question called Jim Allister.
Now that the House has voted to pass the Integrated Education Bill, the member's question relates to when, rather than if, this bill becomes law. The clear answer is that the Minister of Education does not think equilibrium across this education sectors is possible under this bill. The bill places duties in the Department of Education and the Education Authority that do not exist for any other sector. As she has stated throughout the debates on the Integrated Education Bill, there is one finite education budget from which all educational provision must be funded. Due to how support is defined in the bill, the Department and the EA will be required to identify, assess, monitor and provide sufficient places to aim to meet the demand for integrated education. This in itself will generate costs. The Department must prepare and maintain an integrated education strategy to include provision for resources to encourage, facilitate and support integrated education and for the protection of the ethos of integrated schools. The EA will have to ascertain parental preference for the integrated education in its strategic planning for education provision. It has no such duty for any other sector. The Department must include targets and benchmarks for integrated education and report against these. The Department has no other such duty in relation to any other sector, but rather seeks to ensure, as far as possible, with regard to high-quality, sustainable education and cost to public purse, that children are educated in accordance with the wishes of their parents. To suggest that any of the statutory requirements can be delivered without impact on every other sector is disingenuous. The Minister of Education is clear that the Integrated Education Bill will impact on every other sector, and that this will be to the detriment of schools in every other sector. As she stated at further consideration stage and final stage, the Integrated Education Bill does no service to integrated schools either. To put it simply, no child, no school, no sector wins under the Integrated Education Bill.
Supplementary for Jim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, when I came into the House, I thought for a moment that Minister Putz had changed both not just his constituency but his department, but I'm glad to see that the farmers of South Belfast need not be alarmed. In respect of the bill which was passed, is the Minister saying that given the supremacy that has been bestowed upon the integrated sector, that in fact it would now be unlawful to restore equilibrium to other sectors? And isn't that a dreadful commentary on how audacious and wrong-headed the Integrated Education Bill is, that it has created that unlevel playing field upon which other sectors will be put to detriment?
Well, there's no doubt that the impact on the integrated schools will be significant in terms of how they can operate on their workload, and of greatest significance is the fact that every integrated school will have to first and foremost ensure that every individual class in every year represents the full range of categories set out in Clause 1 of the bill, and this takes priority over the education provided. So the ethos of integration is actually taking precedence over the actual education of children in that respect. But in terms of the other schools and the impact that has had on the other schools, I have to say that it is hugely significant and hugely damaging. And the consequences of it are that other schools will now be placed on a lower pyramid, with the controlled and maintained sector at the bottom of the pyramid, the Irish language sector in the middle of the pyramid, and the integrated sector at the top of the pyramid. And that is unfairness and discrimination against children, and those who voted for it and those who facilitated it should be ashamed of themselves for allowing this to happen.
Irma for Glargy on Cashtakor. I call Porrig Glargy.
Would the Minister agree with me that the demand from parents across the North for integrated education clearly isn't being met, and that provisions like those within the Integrated Education Bill are necessary to do this?
Well, currently around 93% of children are sent to schools which aren't integrated. Now, we can have all the surveys that we like, but there's high demand for those schools. Let me say this, there is a lot of those schools which actually have higher levels of integration than the actual schools who have the title integrated. Integrated schools need to have more than 10% of children from one community. I can assure you that there are schools which are closer to 30 or 40% from a minority community in that area, which don't have the title integrated. But the parents have chosen that as the right model of schooling for them. Let me say this, the members may think that this is a good idea, but whenever you try to force people to do things, it very often leads to a reaction which you don't want. And I don't believe in trying to force people into taking decisions against their will. And certainly I have to commend the schools in both the maintained and indeed the controlled sector who have worked so hard over the years to provide quality education, probably for most people in this chamber, but for many of our families as well. And putting one section of education, I have nothing against the integrated sector. My daughter attended an integrated school, so I have nothing against integrated schools. But putting it on a pedestal above all others and then creating an unfairness in the system is damaging to those children in that system. And you as a member and the other members who supported this are voting to hurt children in the controlled sector and in the maintained sector.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Apologies for that. I'm not sure what's occurring there. Can I ask the Minister, would he like to take this opportunity to confirm that the Integrated Education Bill does not change the common funding formula used to allocate funding to all schools in Northern Ireland?
Well, you see, it's a consequence of it. And once the Integrated Education Bill becomes law, it will generate a range of costs, both resource and capital. And some of those will come clear over time. But because of the way support is defined in the bill, the Department will have to identify, assess, monitor with reference to catchment in all areas and provide sufficient places to aim to meet demand for the integrated education. The bill requires the Department must prepare an integrated education strategy, which must include provision for resources, including personnel, as well as resources for facilitating the establishment and expansion of integrated schools. It must also include targets and reports on progress towards meeting these. The bill introduces a range of additional consultation requirements when the Department is exercising any function related to integrated education, and this is potentially very wide-ranging, as arguably many of most functions which impact on a school could be said to relate to integrated education. The Education Authority must ascertain the extent to which parents would prefer their children to be educated in integrated schools rather than those which are not integrated. So, if you divert all of this funding elsewhere that's currently in the system and you focus all of this funding in one sector, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, Mr. Little, to work out that it's going to lead to cuts in budgets for both the controlled and the maintained sector. And again, it shows a reckless disregard for the children in those schools that you're prepared to cut their budgets to that extent.
Mayor Sinead Bradley. Call Sinead Bradley.
Thanks.
The Department of Education is currently reviewing the use of restraint and seclusion in educational settings. Interim guidance issued to educational settings on the 10th of May 2021 by way of a DE Circular 2021/13. When the review is complete, a report including any proposals for change will be provided to me for consideration, or provided to the Minister for consideration.
Cash Breshig, Sinead Bradley. Supplementary question for Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for answering the question, because some of the answers, I have to say today, didn't match with the questions in front of me. So in terms of this particular question, can the Minister, it would be helpful to have a timeline for that review, but can the Minister give an assurance that the nurture provision, the nurture rooms in schools are not used merely as a place to go because there is an absence of tailored SEN provision for many children? And can he also give an assurance that the layouts of those nurture rooms will be at a very minimum the department standards?
Well, again, there's a demand for additional funding from the member, in spite of the fact that many schools they will have less funding as a consequence of the Integrated Education Bill. During 2020, the Minister's predecessor asked officials to consider the issues of restraint and seclusion, including the appropriateness of existing guidance in partnership with relevant stakeholders, and report back on those findings and recommendations in due course. So when that review is complete, a report, including any proposals for change, will be provided to the Minister for their consideration.
That concludes the period for listed questions, and we'll now move to 15 minutes of topical questions. Topical questions 3 and 9 have been withdrawn. The Rishin Iram Justin McNulty Keshtikar. I call Justin McNulty.
Does the Minister respect our teaching workforce? And if so, why is the Minister not moving to provide an acceptable pay offer for our teachers, especially in the context of the 2 years of hell they've just experienced?
Call the Minister.
Well, I think that the first element of the question, does the Minister respect the education workforce, is a question which doesn't need to be asked, because the Minister actually was a practising teacher and she knows firsthand what it is like to be on the cold face of education, and therefore will want to do her best to make it as qualitative a place for both teachers and children, and as rewarding as possible for both teachers and children. So at the meeting with the NITC on the 7th of February 2022, management side did make a formal offer of a 2-year pay deal from the 1st of September 2021 worth 3.2%, which would have seen the removal of the bottom point of the current teacher's main pay scale and the addition of a further point at the top of the scale, with a similar approach applied to each of the pay ranges for school leaders. As a result, the starting pay for a teacher would have increased from £24,137 to £26,045, and the maximal salary on the main pay scale would have increased from £41,094 to £41,916. This pay offer was unconditional, recognising there still remains overarching commitments from 2017-19 pay and workload agreements to achieve efficiencies, and was made despite a very difficult financial situation. The Minister had hoped that they would have led to a completion of pay negotiations for 21-22 and 22-23 during the current mandate. At a meeting of the Teachers Negotiating Committee, TNC, on the 16th of February 2022, the NITC advised that they were rejecting the pay offer. Management side have already engaged with NITC representatives on the 3rd of March 2022, at which management side restated their commitment to continuing with the progress made to date and to work closely with NITC colleagues to explore what remains possible to secure a positive resolution.
Justin McNulty, supplementary question for Justin McNulty.
Thank the Minister for his answer thus far. In terms of teachers being exasperated, I know the teachers of St Catherine's College in Armagh, where they have 1,100 students and they have no green pitches. I was out there planting trees with Mr Timlin a number of weeks back, a wonderful scheme rewilding the Callan. But they're exasperated because there's no green pitches, no green space for the girls on site. Can the Minister commit to providing a green pitch for St Catherine's College in Armagh?
Well, I'm certain that the Minister will want to ensure that the young people in Armagh will have as good an opportunity to have the facilities that they need for their education, for their recreation, for the sport and training element. I know that the member is keenly into sport and recognises the importance of that to education. But again, before that judgment can be made, the consequences of what is in the Integrated Education Bill will have to be taken into account. So if there's a greater demand for integrated education in the city of Armagh, for example, well, then this will have to step back while the other facilities that are needed to meet that demand are met first. So the member may be only learning now what the consequences are of the decision that he and others made last week.
And Jiglin Nicola Brogan of Hort Ternaskilline. Can we bring Nicola Brogan on the screens, please?
Minister, you will be aware that the rising fuel costs have affected many families and sectors right across the north, including the bus and coach sector, and with that, those bus operators who are responsible for transporting our children to and from school. Can you tell me how the Minister is going to support these bus operators who are now struggling to maintain their contracts?
Well, of course, in terms of school transportation, it's one of the areas outside of the actual teaching that is of the highest cost to the education sector, and one has been challenging to every education minister that has came along. In terms of the transportation sector, they are facing unprecedented rises in costs, and therefore that is something that each and every department needs to be looking at. For each sector that they serve. One has to wait and see if the hikes in fuel are going to be on a more permanent basis, where they're driven by people just going out and panic buying, because the price of oil at this moment in time would not reflect the price of fuel at the pump, and therefore a decision needs to be taken whenever we see what the more permanent circumstance is going to be.
Ceist Brescia, Nicola Brogan. Supplementary question for Nicola Brogan.
Garmagad Laskin Corla, August Buhish Naira Fossa. Thank the Minister for his answer there. Minister, I've already written to the Education Authority outlining these very serious issues and how many contracts are going to have to be abandoned because the contractors simply cannot afford to run the buses anymore. So can Minister Poots tell me if Minister McElveen will work with senior management within the Education Authority to find a resolution for these bus operators so that our children can still be transported to school safely?
Of course, the Minister will absolutely work with the Education Authority to ensure that transportation is available to them. They'll also be looking at contracts to ensure that contracts are upheld by the transport organisations. And we'll look to see how, if those organisations need assistance, how best that can be placed.
Question 3 has been withdrawn. So in Jiglin, Emma Sheeran, the Horcher and the Skyline. Can we bring Emma Sheeran on the screens, please? Ceist Dugat, Emma, question for Emma Sheeran.
Thank the Minister for his answers thus far. An issue that's always raised with me as a representative from a rural constituency is the lack of consistency that we see across the board outside our rural schools. Can I ask what the Minister is doing to tackle the issue of road safety outside schools and the fact that in different areas different standards apply and different speed limits exist outside our schools?
Well, of course, the department responsible for road safety is the Department for Infrastructure. So the setting of speed limits, of road safety measures, is the responsibility for that Minister, not the Minister of Education.
Ceist Brescia, Emma Sheeran. Supplementary question for Emma Sheeran.
Thanks to Minister Pitts for that answer. And obviously the Department for Infrastructure did run a very successful pilot project 2 years ago in terms of the flashing lights outside schools, and a number of schools in my constituency benefited from that, and a second tranche has been announced. But there are other schools in my constituency such as Bunskilneve Breach in Turkane, St Patrick's PS in Glen, St Columns in Cullion that don't have any safety measures outside their schools, and I would like to see the Education Minister working alongside the Department of Infrastructure to ensure that the pupils that are going into these schools are safe, because we see schools that have no room outside them for drop-offs and lift-offs. We see inconsistent.
Could we conclude with a question, please? Yes.
And I want to find out what the Education Minister will do to work with the Infrastructure Minister to improve road safety and consistency of approach across the board.
Of course, the Minister of Education works with all other ministers in terms of where there is cross-cutting issues. And in terms of the work that has been done thus far in the 20-mile-an-hour speed limits with the flashing signs, we would commend the work that has been done thus far. If the member is advocating for schools in her constituency, the Minister is clearly supportive of further rollout of that scheme, and she'd be supportive of other MLAs who are also advocating for such facilities. The safety of our children is always paramount. You know, when we watch those children in Ukraine, it is something which is causing all of us deep anxiety and pain, and how fortunate we are. But we need to ensure, where possible, we provide safety for our own children, and therefore any steps that can be taken to improve that will be welcomed by the Department of Education, including the rollout and the further rollout of that scheme.
Call Rachel Wood.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. The Minister will be aware that the Executive Office are consulting on a violence against women and girls strategy. Can I ask what involvement the Department for Education has within this?
Well, obviously, this is something which has been led by the Department of Justice, and again, the Department of Education will have a role in schools, in particular, where many children are coming from. And perhaps circumstances where they are vulnerable. We must recognise that there are around 3,000 children in Northern Ireland on the at-risk register, and that is something which should be of huge concern to every one of us. Not all of them are young women, by the way. Many of them are young men and young boys. And therefore, whatever education can do to protect children, be they male or female, and there is significant courses of work within the education sector and reporting lines to social care and so forth that are in place, and many children are actually safeguarded as a consequence of going to school. And it was noted during the lockdown period that children were at greater risk because of their inability to attend school. Now, I know some members in here weren't that keen on children returning to school. I would say that it is a great thing that children did return to school, and that those members in this House who were advocating against the return to school, maybe on behalf of a relatively small number of people, and I see a couple of members saying to the other, I wonder who's that he's referring to, but maybe that speaks for themselves. But in respect of that, having children in school is a huge asset to the Women and Children strategy, in that the reporting lines are much stronger through that.
Supplementary for Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. To get back to the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy in the Executive Office, does the Minister agree with me that in order to tackle many of the issues that we as a society face in relation to violence, abuse and treatment of women and girls, that it will necessitate an absolute overhaul in the way that RSE is taught in our schools and shift in focus towards consent?
Well, I totally agree with her on the issue of consent, and that should always be the case, always. And no one should be forced to do things against their will, provided they're not breaking the law, of course. And there is certain circumstances. But her co-joining of RSE with that issue, I'd have to question. And certainly, as everything is looked at, you update. But it would appear to me that the member is writing RSE off as being wholly deficient, and I don't think that's something that the Minister of the Department would accept.
I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Last week guidance was issued to schools on COVID measures. Can the Minister update the Assembly on what the new guidelines suggest?
There are a number of mitigations that are specified in the Minister's Department's guidance to schools, also a range of mitigations that will be put in place at school level to reflect the individual circumstances of each school. The DE guidance allows school leaders to be flexible in how they manage COVID risks in their school, builds on the learning that they have gained over the course of the pandemic in terms of what works well and what works less well in schools. Schools are encouraged to take a cautious, risk-based approach to the operation of their school. The Executive decided in August that post-primary children should continue to wear face coverings in post-primary classrooms based on public health advice. That has continued to apply until last week, where the Minister announced that it would no longer apply. There continues to be asymptomatic testing programmes for post-primary and special school pupils and all school staff, and the PHA vaccination programme has been rolled out to those aged 12 and over. Schools are advised to maximise ventilation where possible, and the EA are supporting schools that identify issues with this, including the provision of CO2 monitors. Schools are encouraged to maintain pupils in consistent groups where possible and to promote good hand and respiratory hygiene practices. Schools are encouraged to facilitate social distancing wherever that is possible.
We have time for a quick supplementary.
Can the Minister update the Assembly on the current figures for COVID in schools and the absent statistics?
We don't have the current figures. We do know that COVID is still prevalent and there is still a lot of COVID-19 around. However, the strains have become diluted and therefore the impact of it in terms of people having to go into hospital, particularly being treated in intensive care units in hospitals, is considerably reduced, and therefore the decisions made by the Department of Education and all other departments will reflect that.
The time's up, so if you care to take your ease while we move back to the next item of business. Thank you. Members, the next item of business is the final motion from the Committee on Procedures on its report on the inquiry into legislative consent motions. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes the report of the Committee on Procedures on its inquiry into legislative consent motions, NAA 179/1722, and approves the Committee's recommendations contained in the report.
Thank you. Agus de Vrieschen, Iram Sir Chaiklach and Christia, Leishan Wallowachar Huntossi Lidahole. Call on the Chair of the Committee to formally move the motion.
Mulliman Round, I move the motion.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All of their speakers will have 5 minutes. Davrishan, Adam Cern Kaicherlach, Leishan Giesbrach, Oskulch, Erin Wallow. I call the Chair to open the debate on the motion, please.
As members will now know, the existing arrangements to manage LCMs are set out in Standing Order 42A and were originally put in place well over 10 years ago. The Committee hopes that the recommendations made as a result of this inquiry will go some way to enhancing the arrangements both internally in the Assembly and in terms of information and communication between the British Government, Parliament and Westminster and the devolved legislators. I'll summarise the main findings briefly and then take each report's recommendation in turn. The Committee's inquiry has established a number of instances where the Assembly's procedures have not been followed, or where they have been followed but where issues have still arisen nonetheless. The Committee noted with concern that there have been instances where legislation dealing with devolved matters has passed through Parliament without the relevant minister having been informed or having informed the Assembly in line with the requirements of Standing Order 42A. There have also been instances when committees have had additional time to carry out their scrutiny, but where the current provisions of Standing Order 42A have not allowed them to do so. The Committee has also noted with concern the practice of the Westminster Government in legislating on devolved matters, either when the Assembly has not been made aware of the bill that deals with the devolved matter and/or has not given its consent. The Committee has therefore concluded overall that there is scope to make some amendments to both the practice and the arrangements for managing LCMs at the Assembly, which will hopefully enhance the ability of the Assembly to carry out its scrutiny, which will bring more transparency to the process. These enhancements include strengthening the arrangements to ensure that the Assembly is made aware in a timely manner of the bills in Westminster which require our legislative consent, improved communication from ministers to the Assembly when normal timescales cannot be met, flexibility to enable committees where possible to have additional time to carry out their scrutiny and report to the Assembly, suggestions about how Parliament takes into account the Westminster Parliament takes into account the Assembly's position in relation to legislative consent and increased visibility in relation to bills that require LCM and the work undertaken by the Assembly in relation to this. The inquiry makes 7 specific recommendations. Number 1 is when the Executive Ministers must improve the timelines of when they lay memoranda under the provisions of Standing Order 42A4. Despite existing arrangements, the Committee found that through detailed research that ministers are routinely not laying legislative consent memoranda in line with the normal requirements. It is essential, having highlighted the evidence of this through the inquiry, that ministers in the Executive proactively lay the memorandum whether they are seeking consent at that specific time or not. From a procedural perspective, it is the act of laying the memo which is important in itself. Recommendation 2 goes a wee bit further in relation to making changes to current standing orders, recommending that Standing Order 42A should be amended to include an explicit provision for a minister to lay a memorandum before the Assembly whether the minister has taken any decision to ask the Assembly to give its consent or not. This will remove any doubt on the part of ministers that such an approach can and should be taken. Recommendation 3 adds further detail to Recommendation 2 by making it clear in those exceptional circumstances in which it is not possible to lay a memorandum within 10 working days, that any memorandum should be laid as soon as possible thereafter, and should set out the reasons why the normal deadline of 10 working days could not be met. Recommendation 4, although the inquiry evidenced examples of ministers failing to notify the Assembly of bills that require legislative consent, the committee has been offered no explanation for why this has been allowed to occur. We believe that one particular reason may be to do with difficulties in obtaining the required executive approval. Whatever the reason, it is the committee's view that this practice is unacceptable, and as a result of this, the Westminster Parliament is legislating on devolved matters without either the Assembly's knowledge or indeed its approval. The committee is against this practice and calls on executive ministers to ensure this never happens again. Recommendation 5 is in relation to the committee wrote to all of the statutory committees seeking their views and experiences of dealing with LCMs. It was clear from the responses received that time pressures were a big issue in response to the challenges around the reasonableness of timescales reflected in the responses from statutory committees. The committee recommends that Standing Order 42A should be amended to allow more flexibility in relation to timescales for committees where that's possible, and based on the planned timescale for the passage for the specific bill through Parliament. Moving to Recommendation 6, the committee notes with concern the practice of the British Government legislating on devolved matters, either when the Assembly has not been made aware of the bill and/or has not given its consent. The committee has already corresponded seeking procedural enhancements and improved communication and transparency in relation to bills where LCMs are needed. We also took the opportunity in recent meetings with the Westminster House of Commons Procedures Committee to bring this to their attention of the MPs. The members of that committee seemed unaware of how little engagement there can be at times with devolved legislators, not to speak of the pressures of the timeframes associated with carrying out the scrutiny of LCMs. From a Westminster perspective, LCMs are rarely ever mentioned. The position of devolved legislators does not appear to have any significant consideration. I took the opportunity to highlight to those MPs that from a devolved perspective, the occasional lack of advanced information and adequate time for scrutiny is completely unsatisfactory, and indeed it appears disrespectful. The committee acknowledged that this particular recommendation is not within its gift to deliver, but it was clear from the inquiry that procedural enhancements were needed in relation to LCMs, both internally here in the Assembly and externally in terms of information and communication between the British Government ministers and our ministers here, as well as other ministers in the Assembly. Lastly, in relation to Recommendation 7, the committee makes this last recommendation in order for improvements to be made in relation to the overall transparency and openness of the LCM process. During its inquiry, information could be difficult to find and indeed to track. Therefore, the committee is recommending that the Assembly should introduce enhanced reporting and publication arrangements in relation to LCMs. Given where we're at now in relation to the mandate, the committee acknowledges that the changes to be made to Standing Order 42A cannot be made before the end of this mandate, but with the agreement of the Assembly today, should be able to be brought forward as soon as possible in the next. So therefore, last Colin, on behalf of the Committee of Procedures, I'm pleased to move this motion.
Agus na siadam sir Sinead Bradley hon cancha call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the SDLP and thank the Chairperson of the Committee for Procedures for bringing forward this report today. The SDLP have and are clearly often on record as saying that LCMs are not a desired way of doing business, but we all have to acknowledge that there are times that those methods are probably the only practice that will allow important legislation to pass, and therefore it is important that we get this right. It has to be said that when LCMs are not being communicated well, they often leave a feeling across members of this House that it tends to feel very disrespectful to this House that communications have broken down. And I would go so far as to say at times they could be described as nothing other than dysfunctional. And it is important, therefore, that we look at this piece of work and see how better we connect this place to Westminster, who carry out the role of carrying these LCMs. It has become apparent to us that timeliness is probably one of the biggest problems in the system. So therefore, committees in this place are being presented with a very compressed period of time, if any at all, to give their consent to something that can be quite complex at times and that they've not had fair time to give due consideration to. And members of this place are rightly, understandably left feeling quite angst that things are happening elsewhere that relate directly to us and the people we serve, and that we have been excluded from the conversation, and that simply is not good enough. And therefore, the Chairperson of the committee spoke about the procedures around 42A, and we have made attempts in this report and proposals that can bed down better the recording and the system that is in place in terms of the passage of LCMs, because quite frankly, whilst we have been relying on the goodwill of others, very often it has fallen short. So therefore it is time that we start to try to pin this system down better, because we cannot allow this dysfunctionality to continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on the report into the inquiry of the legislative consent motion this afternoon. When there is an issue involving devolution matters, the responsibility of the Northern Ireland Assembly to legislate on these devolved matters, the UK Parliament retains the power to legislate on these. However, the Parliament generally wants to legislate on a devolution matter. It will not do so without having a legislative consent motion being passed to the Northern Ireland Assembly. The appropriate executive minister has a duty to therefore inform the Assembly of any UK government bill being introduced, and either seeks the agreement of the Assembly or explains why an LCM is not sought. While general principles of an LCM were found to be acceptable and robust, there are times when the legislation dealing with these dissolved matters has passed through Westminster without the Assembly being informed. So a number of strengthening arrangements needed to be considered. There must be an assurance that the Assembly is made aware in a timely manner of the Westminster bills that require an LCM. There needs to be improved communication from ministers to the Assembly if normal time scales cannot be met. And there also needs to be additional time built in to enable committees to be permitted to carry out the necessary scrutiny and report to the Assembly. Given the concerns expressed, while Standing Order 42 has worked for a number of years, there would now appear to be reasons for amendments to be made to both the practice and management of the LCMs in the future that would enhance the ability of the Assembly to carry out a scrutiny role. There must be greater adherence to timeliness with regard to the laying of the memoranda, at least 10 working days in normal circumstances. In exceptional circumstances, where it's not possible to lay a memorandum within the 10 working days, then reasons need to be given. Greater flexibility is needed in relation to timescales for committees to consider these through the amendment of Standing Order 42A with a planned timescale. And finally, in the interests of improved transparency, bills that require LCMs should have the Assembly introduce enhanced recording, reporting and publication arrangements. Mr Speaker, I commend the report into LCMs.
Thank you. And can we now bring Kelly Armstrong onto the screens, please? Okay, call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Alliance outlined in submission to consultation on LCMs that we are supportive of the current procedures in place to deal with normal LCMs and, as the committee report also details, does not believe now to be the correct time for fundamental reforms of the principles which underpin Assembly procedure in this area. In our party response to the report, we detailed that consideration should be given to the rare occasion when the Northern Ireland Assembly informs that the UK Government of an opposition to an LCM. Without a statutory footing of the Sewell Convention, and we recognise the complexities around this, it is important that the democratic will of those elected to the Northern Ireland Assembly are heard and a level of scrutiny should be applied in terms of openness and transparency. Alliance supports and urges improved communication from ministers to the Assembly when normal timescales cannot be met, and accountability and explanation from ministers when they fail to comply with Standing Order 42A. Alliance is pleased to see the inclusion of Recommendation 7, which we fully support in terms of introduction of enhanced recording, reporting and publication arrangements in relation to LCMs. Scrutiny is a very important part of the role of a legislator. In fact, it goes to the core of the role. I note that the report outlines instances when committees would have had additional time to carry out their scrutiny of an LCM, but the provisions of Standing Order 42A have not allowed them to do so. Therefore, I'm glad Recommendation 5 allows for more flexibility in relation to timescales for committees, where possible, based on the planned timescale for the passage for the specific bill through Parliament. LCMs have become more common in the Chamber now due to the pandemic and Brexit. The report details how, in terms of Brexit, this rise is expected to continue as we work through the legislation that follows on from our exit from the EU. It is important that recommendations within this report are given careful consideration and work begins swiftly to implement change ahead of the beginning of the next mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call the Deputy Speaker of the Committee on Procedures, Tom Buchanan, to conclude and wind up debate on the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Again, I thank the members for their contributions during the debate this evening, and I acknowledge there has been a lot of business from the Committee on Procedures already in the House today, and I appreciate members' engagement and the points made during all of the debates from the committee today. And again, as the Deputy Chair of the committee, this is yet another report that the committee has completed, this time on its inquiry into legislative consent motions. Scrutiny of LCMs is sometimes an area of work that does not get the attention it deserves. It has therefore been interesting to hear members' views on the topics, which the committee took a great deal of time to consider, seeking additional research in order to get a real understanding of what exactly the problems and issues were and where they were coming from. And listening to the members around the chamber today again, to focus on some of them, Sinead Bradley made mention of the LCMs, not a desired way to do business, but times when they have to be used. She made mention of the importance of getting it right, and the timeliness. Timeliness was one of the biggest problems, and I suppose from the committee and listening to all the views, that was one of the issues that come through, was there wasn't enough time for scrutiny by the committees. Rosemary Barton made mention of the general principle of LCMs and times when LCMs have come forward without proper notification, and she spoke of the need for additional time to be built in to enable committees to carry out proper scrutiny. So it's back to the same thing again, where committees hadn't got the time for the proper scrutiny of them. And Kelly Armstrong spoke of the importance for the democratic voice of the Assembly to be heard and the importance of scrutiny. And as the Chair mentioned, the last time the LCM procedures were reviewed was over 10 years ago by the then Committee for Procedures, which introduced the current Standing Order 42A. Unfortunately, although more than a decade later, it is clear that the committee's inquiry that some of the same issues remain in terms of openness, transparency and engagement between ministers and this Assembly. The committee was particularly concerned to note examples of when the Assembly has not been made aware of bills that require legislative consent. And I suppose the question has to be asked, how can we as a Legislative Assembly find this acceptable? The committee does hope to hear from the committee did hope to hear from the Executive as to why this occasionally occurs, but received no such explanation. The committee acknowledges that one particular reason may be to do with the difficulties in obtaining the required level of executive approval within the relevant time frame. The Statutory committees also made it clear that they are frequently not given adequate time to undertake the required scrutiny of the devolved matter, particularly due to a lack of advance information and partly due to the tight deadline set out by our own standing orders. Committee is making 7 recommendations as a result of this inquiry. A small number of changes to the existing Standing Order 42A could yield improvements in terms of the Assembly's experience of the reporting of LCMs, further improvements in terms of making information available and trackable of the Assembly's website would also improve transparency and understanding of the whole process around LCMs, both for members as well as for the public. And as the Chair has set out, the committee has also sought improvements in terms of information flow and better communication directly from Parliament. Of course, as the mandate ends next week, the changes will not be able to be made before the end of the mandate. However, this work will be highlighted to the new Committee on Procedures in our legacy report, and I hope that they will be able to bring forward the proposed amendments as soon as practically possible in the new mandate. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to support the report and its recommendations. Commend them to this House.
Thank you. The question now is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it and the paper is agreed. Thank you for that. Just take your ease while we move to the next item of business, please. Members, we now move to the further consideration stage of the defamation bill, and I call Mr Mike Nesbitt to formally move the bill.
Deputy Speaker, I formally move that the further consideration stage of the defamation bill be now taken.
Thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group of amendments which contains 5 amendments dealing with order to remove statement or cease distribution and commencement. I would remind members seeking to speak, intending to speak, that during the debate on the single group of amendments, they should address all of the amendments in the group on which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. If that's clear, we will now proceed. We now come to the single group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 5. Within this group, Amendment 2 is mutually exclusive to Amendment 1. I call Mr Mike Nesbitt to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group.
Deputy Speaker, Amendment 1 is not moved.
Not moved. As Amendment 1 was not moved, I call Mr Mike Nesbitt to move Amendment 2 and to address the other amendments in the group, please.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. Glad to move the amendments 2, 3, 4 and 5. I note that all the amendments are in my name, but they're certainly not entirely of my making, and it would be entirely appropriate to thank officials from the Bill Office, from the Department of Finance and the Office of Legislative Consent, whose professionalism and engagement was invaluable to me in trying to tidy up the bill, which is what these amendments are about. This is a clean-up, and Mr Speaker, as a man with my background as a former bin man of some status, I think this is my favourite part that I'm born to embrace. So, I'm going to go out of sequence, if I may, Deputy Speaker, because Amendment 2 is the one that needs a little bit of explanation. So, to deal with Amendments 3 and 4, there are 2 references in the bill as currently constituted which refer to the Department of Finance making regulations. However, the only area where I envisaged the Department making regulations was with regard to the operators of websites, and that was in the old Clause 5 at consideration stage. It didn't survive consideration stage. It no longer stands part of the bill, and therefore I ask the House to join me in removing all references to regulations to restore some coherence to the bill. So we leave out line 11 in Clause 12, and we leave out the entire Clause 14. Amendment 5 is simply a matter of syntax. The OLC has said that the preferred commencement phrasing is "this Act comes into operation." I have currently the provisions of this Act, including this section, come into operation. So that is, again, just a syntactual clean-up of the language. Amendment 2 deals with Clause 9, the clause formerly known as Clause 13. There was a clear policy intent in having that clause in the bill at consideration stage, which was to close off any potential loopholes with regard to the old Clause 5 and the old Clause 10, neither of which survived consideration stage, neither of which now stand part of the bill. So in consultation, the ideal solution would have been an amendment to leave out Clause 9 in its entirety, but it was put to me that, of course, this would be to reopen a decision of the House. And it's not for any bill sponsor, be it a private member, a minister or a department on behalf of the Executive, to try and reverse the will of the House. So the alternative was to bring forward an amendment, because it was put to me that courts can sometimes really push themselves to try and find a meaning that may not have been intended, and that takes us into the area, of course, of unintended consequences. And so the least risky form of words was that we've come up with in terms of Amendment 2. And so I recommend that to the House, Deputy Speaker. And in fact, that is all I have to say. Yes?
Clarification. Make sure I'm following this. What then does Amendment 2 add? If you simply excluded Clause 9, there would always be the residual powers of the court on this range of issues. So what does Amendment 2 actually add by stating that? Is there a reason for actually stating it?
Thank the member for the point. He is right to say it does not add, but in order to, I cannot remove Clause 9 because the House has already voted that it stand part of the bill. It was Clause 13, and at consideration stage, the House said it should stand part of the bill. So I cannot come back and say, let us now remove that clause. But no, it amends it. An amendment is an amendment. It doesn't remove something, it amends it. And I recommend it to the House.
Sir Melissa McHugh, Hon Cancha, call Melissa McHugh.
Margaret Laskin Corla. I thank the member for bringing forward the amendments being discussed. And as there are only 5 amendments which are purely technical, I'll keep my comments brief. I think it is fair to say that the defamation bill which is before us today is a very different bill to the one which was originally proposed by the bill's sponsor. We had notice and debate at consideration stage, and following that debate, the majority of members voted to remove a number of provisions which were contained in the bill as drafted. In particular, members voted to remove the clause introducing a serious harm test, and also to remove the clause which attempted to deal with operators of websites. Sinn Féin stated our opposition to these clauses from the outset, so from our point of view it is welcome that these have now been removed. We still have some concerns in relation to Clause 7, which is the removal of juries from defamation cases. We are not convinced that removing juries will decrease the cost associated with defamation cases, and it may be the case that this clause actually contributes to a loss of confidence in the justice system, as judge-alone determinations can be perceived to be less credible in the eyes of the public. Having said that, the bill in its current form will bring some positive changes. In particular, we welcome the common law defence of justification and fair comment being placed on a statutory footing as the defence of truth and honest opinion. We also welcome the statutory defence which relates to matters of public interest. There are also additional protection for academics and scientists who publish peer-reviewed material, and for individuals or organisations involved in the reporting of court proceedings, as long as the report is fair and accurate. The bill's sponsor has brought forward a number of amendments which really just tidy up the bill, following on from the removal of 4 clauses in the previous stage, and we're happy to support the amendments.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Mr Deputy Speaker, now my comments may be briefer. I had a conversation this morning with the bill sponsor, and I referred to this 45-second sum up on a 90-minute football match. So I don't know what you're going to take from that. So thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the sponsor of the bill for the oral briefings and information provided to the Committee for Finance during the committee stage and more recently to the committee. As I previously stated, defamation law needs to balance individual rights to reputation, freedom of expression and effective access to justice. So I suppose going from the furthest away to the more recent, so we're obviously content with 5, 4 and 3. They're obviously technical and tidying up amendments. But maybe another question, and I should have interjected slightly earlier, with respect to Amendment 2, and maybe the bill sponsor can clarify in his summing up remarks. So effectively, my taking from Amendment 2 is ultimately it leaves it as it is today and does not strengthen or weaken it. So the question, I suppose, to the bill sponsor, if Clause 9 stayed, would it leave it stronger than it is today, or would it leave it weaker? Apart from that, and I'll bit maybe the bill sponsor maybe clarify on that later on, if he may, we're happy at this point to let the bill move on with that little bit of clarity on that Amendment 2 just. But apart from that, we're content. Thank you.
Matthew Toole, Hon Cancha, call Matthew Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I won't speak for very long at all, other than to say we support the proposed amendments, most of which are either technical or tidying up, as the bill sponsor said. I wasn't aware of his past in refuse collection, but given his estimable career in journalism. It's good to hear that his CV is as balanced as that. So we have no problem with any of the proposed amendments, some of which are very technical, others are tidying up because of the removal of the previous clause 5 around website operators. I would just say very briefly that express, because I wasn't able to stay after finishing my remarks at consideration stage. I and my party are disappointed, actually, that the serious harm test was taken out. There were some legitimate questions around the previous clause 5 and the potential unintended consequences, and indeed the potential ambition of clause 5 around website operators in the social media universe. But I do think that it's a shame that the serious harm test was removed. Nevertheless, I do very much hope this bill proceeds speedily to final stage, and in the last few days of this Assembly gets passage and gets on the statute book. So no further comments other than that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, other than to say that we'll be supporting the amendments.
Thank you. And there have been no further notified speakers. I call Mr. Mike Nesbitt to weigh in.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the three speakers for their support and their contributions. To Mr McHugh, I very much accept the legitimacy of his concern about jury trials, whether we have them or we don't have them. All I would say to him and remind him is we do now have Clause 11, which factors in a review of the operation of this Act, so it may not be forever. We shall see how that works out. Mr Buchanan asked about whether the amendment to Clause 9 strengthens or weakens. The advice I have been given from the Department and from the Office of Legislative Consent is that it is better. It is a better form of words, is all I can say to you, sir. And in conclusion, yes, I had a conversation with Mr Buchanan. I was making the point that my first job in broadcasting was a sports reporter, and you went to a match, Gaelic, rugby, football, you got 45 seconds, Deputy Speaker, to sum it all up. When I came here, officials in my party, when I was going to make a speech, said, "Now remember, you only have 5 minutes." And I thought, how on earth am I going to fill 5 minutes of time in that chamber? I commend the further consideration stage of the defamation bill to this House.
Thank you. As amendment number 1 wasn't moved, we move to amendment number 2. The amendment proposed to leave out clause 9 and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated. I call Mr Mike Nesbitt to formally move Amendment 3.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 12, page 7, leave out line 11. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated. I call Mr Mike Nesbitt to formally move Amendment number 4.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 14, page 7, leave out clause 14. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 5 has already been debated. I call Mr Mike Nesbitt to formally move Amendment number 5.
Moved, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 15, page 7, line 38, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. That concludes the further consideration stage of the defamation bill. The bill now stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you. And members take their ease while we move to the next item of business. Members, we now move to the further consideration stage of Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill. And I call Ms Claire Bailey to formally move the bill.
Moved.
Thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There's a single group of 5 amendments which deal with publication of zones and offences, and we will debate the amendments in turn. I would remind members intending to speak that during the debate on the single group of amendments, they should address all of the amendments on which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. If that's clear, we will now proceed. We come to the single group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 5. I call Ms Claire Bailey to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group, please.
Moved.
Yes. Do you wish to continue, please?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'm very pleased to be reaching this stage of the development of this bill. And for the record, I would like to put my gratitude on record again to the Committee for Health and the Office of Legislative Counsel, the Department of Health, and all the other stakeholders who have helped to get us this far. The amendments that we've worked on and passed the consideration stage have gone some way to get this bill to this point where it will be effective and workable once passed. But a number of issues did come up at consideration stage that required further work to fully achieve this. So Amendments 1 and 2 before us today amend clauses 1 and 2 respectively, so that it is clearer that the Safe Access Zone will only apply to a premise while it meets the definition of a protected premise. The original provision set out that a Safe Access Zone would only apply to a protected premise. It was not explicit that there was a mechanism for a zone no longer applying. So Amendments 1 and 2 now outline how that can occur. Amendment 3 is a tidying up of Clause 4 following amendments made to that during consideration stage. The amendments set out how a zone would be established and the role of the department in that process, but there was an omission in relation to premises where information, advice or counselling about abortion services were provided. So this is a minor change to correct that and ensure that they're included within this section of the bill. Amendment 4, I know that the member for North Antrim has submitted this amendment to add a reasonable excuse defence to the offence outlined at Clause 5.2, and I understand the concerns that were raised that the effect of Amendment 5 at consideration stage of the bill meant that this could be a strict liability offence. And while I stand over that amendment to remove the defence, as the PS and I were clear about the impact that could have on the enforceability of the legislation, it is not, nor has it ever been, my intention to unnecessarily criminalise anyone by this bill. The offence outlined in this bill is narrow in scope, despite what some have tried to allege. This bill does not ban protest. It does not ban silent prayer. It simply regulates behaviours that are targeting women, attempting to stop them accessing lawfully available healthcare and information. That's all. And allow staff to go about their jobs unimpinged and impeded. So as such, I do not envisage many examples where someone might have a reasonable excuse for engaging in behaviour with the intent of, or reckless as to whether they have the effect of influencing, preventing or impeding access, or causing harassment, alarm or distress to a protected person attending a protected premise. But nevertheless, I do not see any issue with including it to give additional reassurance around the operation of this clause. So I will be supporting Mr Allister's amendment to ensure that this is not a strict liability offence. And I want to thank him for his assistance and willingness to work with me to get an agreement on how to bring this forward. And I have no doubt at all he will speak to this in great detail.
So Amendment 5 is really the issue around how the safe access zones, once established, are published and the public are made aware of their existence. And this has been subject to extensive discussion throughout the passage of this legislation. And at consideration stage, I brought forward some changes to this process with the assurance that the detail of how it would be done is best dealt with through a policy paper from the Department of Health. And I know that Ms Bradshaw also sought to do that with amendments that she subsequently didn't move. Now, while that policy paper still remains the case, Amendment 5 in front of us today seeks to elaborate on this more clearly in primary legislation for the avoidance of any doubt. The amendment expands the requirement to publish a list of protected premises and the extent of their safe access zones so that it is clear there is a need to ensure that the existence of zones is adequately publicised more generally so that people can be sure of where they stand, literally, in relation to the law. So the amendments are fairly technical in nature in order to provide a degree of clarity and certainty, and I hope that members can support them today, and I will be supporting all 5. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Agus na siadam sir Caithfirleach an coiste sláinte Colm Gilding Johan Cainshai. Call the Chair of the Health Committee, Colm Gilding.
As Chair of the Health Committee, I would like to advise the Assembly that the Committee has not had an opportunity to consider the amendments before us here today in the bill sponsor's name and in the name of Jim Allister. Therefore, the Committee for Health has no position on these amendments. And just as Sinn Féin spokesperson last Jan Corlia, I wish to indicate that we will be supporting the amendments in the name of Claire Bailey and opposing those in the name of the amendment in the name of Jim Allister.
I call Pam Cameron.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't intend to speak for too long on the amendments before the House today at further consideration stage of this bill. The position of my party is clear and our concerns about the legal implications of this bill remain unaddressed. From the outset of today's stage debate, I want to again reiterate that patients, staff and visitors to health service premises should never be subject to acts of abuse or intimidation, nor should anyone else in society for that matter. And I believe this bill will not have the impact its supporters believe it will have, and it will almost certainly result in protracted legal action. In terms of amendments 1, 2 and 3, all are technical amendments attempting to clarify aspects relating to the premises and their notification to become a registered protected premises, and the premises retain all power to self-notify or reverse the notification. The process for doing this, Mr Deputy Speaker, remains vague. These amendments do nothing to alleviate the concerns around the lack of accountability in this process. There are no additional powers or oversight for the Department, and the Department still has no authority to reject a notification. In terms of Amendment 4, my party are supportive of Amendment 4 to Clause 5 proposed by Mr Allister. This amendment would give some reasonable protection to those who act reasonably within a safe access zone from prosecution under the offence of influence. As we have stated before, influence is a broad and undefined term in the bill, and the bill does not distinguish harassing, abusive or criminal behaviour from influencing behaviour. I would urge members from the Assembly to think carefully about the implications of supporting such vague legislation, Mr Deputy Speaker. To criminalise those you deem to have a different opinion is a very dangerous path to go down. In addition to this, Mr Deputy Speaker, there also has been very little consideration of the impact of policing resources, which, going by the so-called draft budget, will be facing severe frontline cuts. Amendment 5 extends the scope of the requirements for the Department to maintain a register of protected premises. As a result of this amendment, the Department would have to publish a list of premises to bring buffer zones to the attention of members of the public likely to be affected. And the Department would also have to ensure that the premises themselves bring the zones to the attention of the wider public. Again, there is great ambiguity around what this actually means. Would it mean that the Department would have to force health premises to display signage against their will? Would it end up with trusts having to write to every pregnant woman with an appointment? We hold serious concerns around awareness raising of these sites. And surely my fear would be that this would increase the potential for protests, which the bill sponsor is aiming to prevent within these zones. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, it remains my position that a thorough review of existing harassment laws would have been a more suitable and fair way forward, and others obviously have decided not so and decided to push ahead with this bill, despite its many grey areas and ambiguity. The DUP will be opposing all of the amendments moved by the bill sponsor today and supporting Mr Allister's amendment. Thank you.
Sir Colin McGrath, one can I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this at its further consideration stage. I'll not be speaking for too long, Mr Deputy Speaker, but will say that the SDLP will be supporting the bill sponsor with Amendments 1, 2, 3 and 5. The amendments that are put forward by the sponsor are a further tidying up of the legislation, and that is to be welcomed. They are mostly technical in nature, with the exception of Amendment 5, which provides further clarity on the need to publish a list of protected premises. I'm a little bit concerned that the amendment being put forward by Mr Allister offers those who would be subject to this legislation, I think, a get-out clause, including the defence of without a reasonable excuse. Yes, of course, sure.
Member for taking an intervention. Would the member agree with me that this is not in line with previous pieces of legislation that are also about protecting women? For example, the domestic abuse bill. The reasonableness argument is not an argument of defence.
I thank the member for the intervention, and I'm not 100% across the other bill that she mentioned, but I certainly take the point that if we leave too vague a definition in legislation, it creates confusion, it creates problems, and I was actually just going on to say that I'm concerned that those individuals who will be subject to the ramification of this will, if offered a get-out clause, do their very best to try and bend those rules and try and push reasonable excuse to its absolute furthest to try and enable them to find some sort of space within the legislation to continue with their behaviour. So I'm afraid that it's just too ambiguous and therefore we would have difficulty supporting it. And also, just to reiterate once again, Mr Deputy Speaker, that contrary to some of the emails that we have been receiving over the last weeks, this is not about censorship. And in fact, this legislation that we're being presented with is not about abortion. The legislation is about the capacity for an individual to enter a building without feeling and having fear of harassment, of intimidation, or someone trying to make them feel ashamed. And therefore, the SDLP will be... yes, of course.
The member speaks in terms in respect of Amendment 4 about being fearful of giving some opportunity to people to bend and formulate an excuse. Legislation puts that exclusively in the hands of the court. It's for the court to decide whether something is a reasonable excuse. It's not self-certification, as appears in other parts of this bill, by the accused. It's for the court to decide. So there is the protection of the court having to be persuaded it's a reasonable excuse, not just something you claim and that's the end of it.
I thank the member for the opportunity to be able to respond to that thought that he has by saying that that is after the legislation has been passed. We can provide the clarity in this legislation, but to actually provide confusion that then requires people to go to the courts afterwards seems a clunky way to go about developing legislation. We put the clarity in the legislation and then there is no need to go to the courts afterwards. But if you put in ambiguity into legislation, it simply creates problems. And what we're trying to do here is to remove those problems by providing the clarity as best we can. And to that end, as I say, we will be supporting Amendments 1, 2, 3 and 5 and opposing Amendment 4. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support Amendments 1 to 3 and Amendment 5 and to oppose Amendment 4. I will focus my remarks mainly on the most detailed amendment, that being Amendment 5. Amendments 1 and 2 are a sensible technical addition for clarification, and Amendment 3 is a minor change to more thorough linkage within the bill. So Amendment 4, we believe, is too wide in scope, leaving far too much to be determined by the word reasonable. This is the third time I've stated that safe access zones exist elsewhere to, and I quote from the Queensland Law Commission, to protect the safety and well-being and respect the privacy and dignity of people accessing health services. This is not about censoring public protest, but an issue, as some misleadingly claim. It is about stopping specific and targeted harassment of people accessing services to which they are entitled. So in supporting Amendment 5, I've mentioned in both plenary debates thus far my concern about the clarity about what constitutes a safe access zone, and in committee I've raised several times. Additionally, evidence was brought to committee by the bill sponsor emphasising that there would be a potential defence under the legislation as to what stands that those engaging in abuse did not know that they had been approached by a protected person, which for me included that they did not know they were in a zone. And I appreciated the clarity in the Minister's letter and the bill sponsor's evidence to committee around this. It bears re-emphasising that one successful prosecution for harassment outside a clinic was overturned precisely because the judge could not be clear that the unpleasant behaviour constituted criminal harassment. This is exactly why this legislation is necessary, but also why it is essential to be as clear as possible about precisely what it entails. That's why I'm pushing for an amendment. I was pushing for an amendment, much like Amendment 5. The reason for this is not just to do with legal defence in the event that an offence has been committed, though we can see from past experience that is an issue, but it is to do with prevention, with knowing when the police should be called, and indeed about providing clarity to prevent offences from occurring in the first place. My own view was initially that signage may be necessary to accomplish this, but I am happy with subsection C of the new clause 7. This allows the operators, and ultimately therefore also the department, to bring the public's attention to the existence of the safe access zone as appropriate, and this may or may not involve signage. So in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope that the bill, as clearly strengthened, particularly by this Amendment 5, can now proceed swiftly to final stage. I congratulate all those involved with getting this far, and I think, again, as Assembly, we are now making positive steps forward. Thank you.
Did I notice earlier Mr Chambers indicating? Okay, thank you. Will I call you now? Call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, certainly over the last number of days, I personally have been receiving a lot of emails, as indeed have my colleagues in the Ulster Unionist Party, from pro-life groups and pro-life individuals. My mailbox would probably represent the same level of a huge level of emails that I received when debates in here were actually focused on abortion. So it's disappointing that that's the way that this debate and this legislation has been viewed by some people. The abortion is a matter of conscience for our MLAs in the Ulster Unionist Party. That has not changed. That remains the same. And so our position is not influenced by either pro-life or pro-choice arguments. This bill and the amendments that we have in front of us today really are designed to create a safe environment for vulnerable women who want to visit these clinics to seek advice. They're also in place to protect members of the public who may be entering those same buildings on completely unrelated business, who may even be accompanied by children. It's also designed to give some form of protection to staff who work in those clinics. But the main issue here, and I think that people out there don't seem to be listening, they don't seem to be hearing what the thrust of this legislation is about. It's not about abortion, it's about a women's health issue. And women are perfectly entitled and should have the right to seek advice on this topic and get that advice which is available in these clinics. And I know that some of most of the letters, a lot of them are copy and paste, seem to paint a completely different picture about what actually takes place outside these clinics by protesters. And the evidence that we listened to in the Health Committee, both from trust officials and from the police, were very harrowing and I think unacceptable in a civilised society that people should behave like that. But against that, people should always have the right to protest, and I don't think it's a particularly big ask to ask people to take their protest 150 metres away from the front door of these clinics. So certainly today I'd be supporting Amendment 1, 2, 3 and 5 and certainly looking forward to hearing Mr Allister make the case for Amendment 4, but at this stage I've been minded not to support it, but I will listen to the arguments. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Liz Kinnins.
Thanks, Concorla. And I too rise to speak in support of Amendments 1, 2, 3 and 5 and against Amendment number 4. Mainly because I don't think that you can have reasonable excuse for harassment of women, whether it's intentional or not. And we talked about that at length at the last stage of the debate. I do fear, like other speakers have alluded to here, that this could potentially open the floodgates and in a sense put the bill on its head, because we could have so many cases before the courts that it would never have any real impact. I'm going to go back to looking at how intention is so important, because I would say a lot of the people involved in protests don't necessarily intend to cause the harm that is caused by these protests, by whether they're standing with a sign or whether they're chanting or raising comments to women coming and going. But I think the point of the matter is, and why we're at this stage, is it has had such a huge impact on so many people, as the previous member mentioned, not just women who are trying to access healthcare, but also staff, members of the public and other patients accessing a range of services within the hospital sites and other healthcare sites. So I think that we have to have it nailed down to an extent so that there's no ambiguity in this piece of legislation, that it's clear and that the needs and the rights of women are protected at every stage. So I look forward to hopefully seeing. Yeah, I will.
The member agree with me, as I've already said, that all of the other pieces of legislation that we brought through this House around protecting women, particularly the Domestic Abuse Bill, the Stalking Bill and other pieces of legislation to protect women, and these are some of the most vulnerable women in our society in some of the most vulnerable and harrowing circumstances of their entire life, and we need to protect them, and reasonableness must be removed as an excuse.
Yeah, and I agree with the member. As others have said, and we talked about it at the last stage of the debate as well, this isn't about censorship. It's actually, people can still protest on this issue, just not in the vicinity of where the safe access zones will be established. So that's not being taken away from them, but if we were to allow for a reasonable excuse, it may infringe on the rights of the women who are trying to access the healthcare that they so vitally need at such an important time in their lives. I hope that we can pass this today and get it passed through the final stage.
I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As my colleague Colin McGrath has indicated, the SDLP will be supporting Amendment 1, 2, 3 and 5, but we will not be supporting Amendment 4. I'm really pleased that this bill has been refined in the manner in which it has been, because I believe it strengthens it on its journey on this legislative process, and it's a really good example how collectively we work in order to deliver for our constituents. And I want again to thank the bill sponsor, Ms Bailey, for bringing this important piece of legislation forward. And as I said, as we spoke the last time we spoke on the bill, this is about affording people the right to access healthcare free from harassment and abuse. It won't prohibit prayer, it won't ban protest. You will still be able to do all those things. So what won't you be able to do? You won't be able to harass or intimidate patients and staff outside a clinic that has a designated safe access zone. Healthcare centres are not appropriate sites for that kind of language, imagery and behaviour that these protesters display regularly and on a weekly basis. I recently had the privilege to listen to Cara from Supporting Women, Uri, speak at a Derry International Women's Day rally. In the face of intense harassment at Daisy Hill Hospital, they offer support and chaperone services to women. They have taken things into their own hands to protect their community, but they shouldn't have to do this. And that is why this bill is needed, and that is why those amendments must stay. So what else will you no longer be able to do? You won't be able to interfere with women's healthcare choices as they enter a clinic. This is what many of these so-called protesters openly admit to attempting to do. Indeed, I have received a letter from one who plainly stated that they see it as their opportunity to force last-minute changes of heart. Yes, everyone has the right to free speech, but no one has the right to obstruct or intervene in a personal healthcare decision. Absolutely no one. Let's us please trust women with their healthcare choices. Let us afford them the right to access healthcare free of harassment and abuse. This is really not a big ask. Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the further consideration stage of this bill, as I've indicated.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Amendment 4 is very focused. It's focused on the criminal offence which arises within this bill in Clause 5, and it's focused upon introducing a very modest modicum of acceptability and reform to that offence. Because as that offence stands, and of course it is a very wide offence, it ranges from embracing harassment, abuse, to the mere issue of influence, but as that offence stands, it is an absolute offence. That is to say, like driving your car with no insurance, there is no answer to it. You cannot ever defend yourself against it. It is an absolute offence. And that in the criminal calendar is very, very rare. And it's very rare for a very good reason. Namely, that the basic premise of a criminal offence is that it comprises both the actus reus, that of doing the act, and the mens rea, that which is informed by the mind. And within that ambit, it is overwhelmingly the case that our law provides reasonable excuse for someone accused. So by putting that into this act, into this bill, we are being entirely compatible with the trend in creating criminal offences. To say, not to this Assembly, to define what a reasonable excuse is, but because every case is different, to say to the court, you decide if the defence is raised by someone accused, whether or not what they did or said was reasonable. It's not this House deciding what's reasonable. Judging by this House, there could be nothing that is reasonable. Well, when I develop this point, I will. So we're in a situation where we are saying, in respect of this very, very sweeping offence, which includes silent actions designed to influence, that someone accused of that should be afforded the basic tenet that applies in respect of virtually every other criminal offence, that of having a reasonable excuse, upon which the court would then be required to rule whether that which was done was reasonable or not. The alternative is the totalitarianism offered by Sinn Féin, the SDLP and the Alliance, that under our rule of law, you shall simply, as you would in Russia, decree it's an absolute offence. You cannot protest. It can never be reasonable to do so. There is no comprehension of there being a reasonable excuse for doing that, because it so offends the very principle that this House is so intent on defending, namely that of death through abortion, that you can never have a reasonable excuse to dare to breathe opposition to it. That is the ultimate in totalitarianism. And that is what the Alliance Party, Sinn Féin and the SDLP are embracing today. All they are asked to support is the introduction into this legislation of the very lowest common denominator of criminal defences in respect of a criminal offence, namely, let the court decide what was done was reasonable or not. And it's not by your standards or mine, it's by the standards that the court would set in that respect. Why does that offend anyone who believes in innocent till proven guilty? Why does that offend anyone who believes that when criminal prosecutions are brought, someone should have the right of a defence? That only offends if you're an apostle of totalitarianism, because that is what absolute offences are about. And I welcome the fact that the sponsor, and there's no one more enthusiastic about this bill than the sponsor. I accept the fact that both in the consideration stage and since, she has accepted the basic tenet and principle that we should create criminal offences which do not expunge that most fundamental tenet of letting a court decide whether or not something is reasonable conduct. To do that and to create an absolute offence is really a stretch way beyond where I would say this Assembly should wish to go. I'll give way.
Thank the member for taking the intervention. Would the member agree with me, as we were advised as a committee whenever I was on the Justice Committee, that not having the reasonableness excuse in there does not prevent a judge from actually looking at a case as every individual case and seeing what the particular circumstance of that case were?
With respect, the member is absolutely wrong. Clause 5 utterly excludes a court from looking to see, is there something reasonable here which caused this? Because Clause 5 is written in absolutist terms. If the person does any of these things, then because there is no defence of reasonable excuse, they are guilty as charged automatically. It's absolute. Once you prove the actus reus of this offence, then endgame, the offence is proven. And that's why the member in previous interventions has been articulating or attempting to articulate a case against reasonable defence, because she wants to be totalitarian. She wants to be absolutist. She wants to rob any accused person. And sometimes in other circumstances, she's quite defensive of accused persons and their rights. But she wants to rob any accused person under Clause 5 of that most fundamental right to say, but what I did was reasonable. And for the court then to decide, was it reasonable? Once you exclude that, then you rob the court and the accused of the fundamental right to decide whether what was done was or wasn't reasonable. That is totalitarianism writ large. That is suppression of protest writ large. That is the fundamental denial of a most basic tenet of in respect of any offence that arises in the criminal calendar. So it's not, as someone said, a get-out clause, because it's not that simply the accused can say, I had a reasonable excuse. No. They can say, I think I had a reasonable excuse, but you, the court, decide whether or not it was a reasonable excuse. That's what this modest amendment is all about. The one hesitation I had in bringing this amendment was lest I made this bill human rights compliant, because at the moment its absolutism, I think, really does stretch its human rights compliance. But I do think that this offence, it's the will of the House that such offence exists, that at least should have that basic component that virtually every other offence in the criminal calendar has, and that we should not be so dogmatic and totalitarian in our approach to refuse to even contemplate a court maybe being able to find that what was done was reasonable. I give the example in the consideration stage of the mother, the 14-year-old girl, who accompanies her against the child's will down to the abortion clinic, pleading with her not to have an abortion, giving her motherly advice. And I said, Clause 5 makes that mother the criminal. Clause 5, if it were amended in this way, would give that mother a fighting chance of not being a criminal, because she could say it was a reasonable thing to do as a mother. But members in this House, seemingly the majority in this House, want to criminalise that mother, want to put it beyond doubt that she could never have a reasonable excuse. And that seems to me to be an ultimate exercise in that oppressive totalitarianism that some are so anxious to embrace, and indeed maybe embrace it because who's proposing the amendment, never mind the logic or the sense of the amendment, because I find in this House a great dearth of understanding of what the criminal law means and what it should mean, and a great assault upon its integrity. And this is one of the clauses that attacks it most head-on. So I do say to this House, pause, think, do as the sponsor is going to do, and support this very basic tenet of introducing into this bill a reasonable excuse which the court would decide. Not us, not the accused, the court. And shouldn't that be what our courts are all about? Thank you.
I call Claire Bailey to wind.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the members for their contributions. It's an interesting debate on this particular Clause 4, but despite that, I just want to thank the members who have supported this bill so far, and Ms McLaughlin in particular, who, when she speaks, obviously gets exactly what's happening. And other members in Sinn Féin, and I know Ms Bradshaw as well, and their continued work with women on this, because this legislation is urgently needed. And I hope that those who don't realise that yet can begin to understand that and start to support its passage. It's vitally important that this legislation finds the correct balance of competing rights, and that's always been my intention from the start. And of course, that balance has to be proportionate and has to be justified, and I do believe that these final changes and amendments will help to achieve that. When healthcare staff are telling us that they've had to relocate services due to interference and influence by those seeking to disrupt services and people's access to them, when these new locations have had to be kept secret to prevent further interference and targeting of any services, when they tell us that women have been dissuaded from accessing services while they are physically miscarrying pregnancies, putting themselves at serious and immediate risk due to the influence of those seeking to interfere with people accessing services. When the Health and Social Care Trust have to install safety glass in their windows due to the level of threat and their duty of care to their staff and service users because of the ongoing behaviours at their doors. Then vulnerable women, I have watched vulnerable women run into oncoming traffic to avoid the deliberate targeting of them accessing services. We need to pay attention and do what we can to ensure safe access to abortion services, whether or not we hold deeply held beliefs. Deeply held beliefs are not licensed to influence others unabated and unchecked. And this bill seeks to be a proactive bill to prevent harm happening, not a reactive bill that's set up to deal with harm once it's happened. We know that the harm is happening. Let's try and stop the harm being caused. Now, I do fully accept the reasonable excuse debate here in terms of getting a balance of competing rights. And I have looked through other legislation, and it does occur. And under Section 67 of the Anti-Social Behaviour and Crime and Policing Act 2014, it's explicit, and it states that it is an offence for a person without reasonable excuse, and then goes on to explain that to do anything the person is prohibited from doing in public space protection orders or fails to comply without reasonable excuse. Under Article 9, and it's not the only article, but I will use that as the example. Article 9 is the protection to freedom of thought, belief and religion. But it comes with conditions. And those conditions are that public authorities cannot interfere with your right to hold or change your beliefs. But there are some situations in which public authorities can interfere with your right to manifest or show your thoughts, belief and religion. And this is only allowed where an authority can show that its action is lawful, necessary and proportionate. And it's that word proportionate, in order to protect public safety, public order, health or morals, and this is the important, the right and freedoms of other people. So there is no absolute right to force your held beliefs on anyone, because they have the right and the freedom to not have that forced upon them. Give away.
I'm just interested maybe to develop the point is that if you include the reasonable excuse message and then a court further decided at a point that there was a reasonable excuse for the behaviour and the behaviour continued, would that not make you unhappy and therefore more or less nullify the fact of actually having the legislation, because then the behaviour would continue?
I thank the member for that, and thank you for allowing me to reiterate this point. Under articles that do have the caveats, what would be a reasonable excuse under this legislation that is explicit? The offences outlined in this bill, again, are narrow in scope, and despite all the debate, and I'm going to go back and pay close attention. So this bill does not ban protest. It does not ban silent prayer. I have given a list of examples of what I have experienced in terms of the impact and outworkings and what health trusts have said is happening at their doors. I've yet to ever meet the example that Mr Allister keeps giving to this debate, where a mother is hanging on to a 14-year-old child trying to go into the door. I haven't met that one yet, but might happen. Certainly.
The bill is designed to prevent the harassment, to prevent that protest from crossing the line into harassment. What possible reasonable excuse could there be for harassing women in that circumstance?
I thank the member for that. That's exactly it. Okay.
Clause 5, I'm surprised the chairman hasn't read it, because it begins to indicate that the offence is sufficient to be committed if it's in mere influence. It doesn't need to come near harassment or abuse. Influence is enough.
I think the intervention was for me, Mr Allister. Thanks for your answer. But I'll go back, and this is where I can accept it, because I cannot envisage any example where someone might have a reasonable excuse for engaging with the behaviours as explicitly set out in this bill with the intent of or reckless as to whether they are influencing, preventing, impeding access or causing harassment, alarm or distress to a protected person accessing protected premises. And of course, under the enforcement in clause 6(1)(a) of the bill, the first option for a constable when dealing with any incidences allows them simply to direct a person to leave the safe access zone. So this bill is not designed to be very heavy-handed. This bill is designed to create a safe space where the protest, if that's what it is, or people with other views that they hold can continue to influence, lobby and behave, should they continue to choose to do so, elsewhere but away from the doors, and not impeding access, and not causing harassment and alarm, and not making staff fearful, and not causing health trusts to put on security staff, to have safety glass in their windows, to move services, so as women don't run into oncoming traffic, so as they're not splashed with holy water, so as they're not told that they're murderers entering healthcare facilities, so they're not told that they have blood on their hands, that they can, unimpeded, access services without harassment. Now, if someone believes that they have a reasonable excuse to do that in an access zone, that would be a fair stretch of the imagination to allow a judge to agree with that. And for that reason, I will allow a reasonable excuse, as is provided for in other criminal legislation. And in the case in Matlock Lane, where a case was taken for this behaviour at a Mary Stopes clinic, and that was in Ealing Borough Council, and I have that here as well. And again, that Ealing Borough Council used their powers under the Antisocial Behaviour, Crime and Policing Act 2014 to establish public space protection order around the Mary Stopes clinic. And that act makes it an offence for an individual not to comply with the requirements of a PSPO without reasonable excuse. So what reasonable excuse if under Article 9 there are caveats where the state can intervene in order to ensure the balance of those rights, but to ensure that people are not unduly interfered with according to someone else's belief system. And it's for that reason that I will support the reasonable excuse. I will, yep.
Having said that, would you encourage the other parties in the chamber who have already nailed their colours to the mast in opposition to the amendment number 4, would you be encouraging them to reflect on their position?
Thank the member for that. I'm going to just say to those parties who have, and I have no doubt have paid a great deal of attention to this, that action is proportionate when it is appropriate and no more than necessary to address the problem concerned. I feel that the provisions in this bill are proportionate and no more necessary to address the problem that we all acknowledge is happening to women, to healthcare staff, and I can see no other healthcare service or facility where this would continue to be tolerated, where the level of, I don't know whether deliberate or not, but ignorance of harassment legislation and how it fails to apply or be sufficient in these circumstances can work. This is a preventative measure where harm can stop rather than harm being done and then addressed. Now, if anyone feels that they have a reasonable excuse to continue with that behaviour, I, for one, would like to hear it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 1, line 8, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Would members resume their seats? Order, members. I would again remind members that if you have proxy voting arrangements in place, you do not come into the chamber, and we need to obtain or maintain social distancing. Before I put the question, I would again remind you that it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Order, members. The following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Sinead McLaughlin and Paula Bradshaw. Tellers for the noes, William Irwin and Mervyn Storey. Before the Assembly advise, remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. And again, remind members to maintain social distancing and a 2-metre gap where possible. Clear at the lobbies, the Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, members. Would members resume their seat? Clerk, please read the result.
85 members voted. 57 members voted aye. 28 members voted no. The amendment is made.
The amendment is made. The amendment is made. Unfasten the doors. Amendment 2 has already been debated, and I call Claire Bailey to move formally Amendment 2.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 2, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. No. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I'm hearing no's from the DUP benches on Mr. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated, and I call Claire Bailey to move formally Amendment 3.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 4, page 2, line 27, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I'm hearing no's from the DUP benches and Mr. Allister. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated, and I call Jim Allister to move formally Amendment 4.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 5, page 2, line 39, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. No. Contrary, no. I have been advised by party whips that in accordance with Standing Order 113 5B, that there is agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to a division. So now I call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Order, members. The following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Jim Allister and William Irwin. Tellers for the noes, Linda Dillon and Sinead Ennis. Again, remind members for the requirement to maintain social distancing whilst the division takes place. Please maintain a 2-metre gap between yourself and others, and when moving around the chamber, and especially in the lobbies. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, members. Would members resume their seat? Clerk, please read the result.
84 members voted, 40 members voted aye, 44 members voted no. The amendment falls.
The amendment falls. The amendment falls. unfasten the doors. Amendment 5 has already been debated, and I call Claire Bailey to move formally Amendment 5.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 7, page 3, line 31, leave out and insert words as printed in the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I'm hearing no's from the DUP benches, and I think Mr. Allister, but I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the further consideration stage of the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order members. The next item in the order paper is a motion on accelerated passage for the Preservation of Documents Historical Institutions Bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the Preservation of Documents Historical Institutions Bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure.
And I call Alan Chambers to move the motion.
I beg to move, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit for this debate, and I call Alan Chambers to open the debate on the motion. Mr. Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Whilst I will leave many of the points of detail on the bill to the second stage debate that is scheduled to follow shortly, I hope that all members will understand why there is an urgency to what it is trying to secure. The publication of the research report on historic mother and baby homes and Magdalen laundries was harrowing. It presented a graphic insight into the lived experiences of the many thousands of women, girls and children who suffered such appalling abuse and neglect in these institutions. Of course, those children are now adults, and many of the women who suffered such abuse have sadly passed on. But that rightly was never considered a barrier to the long overdue uncovering of the truth. The research study, of which I think the authors should once again be truly commended for, examined in detail 8 mother and baby homes, a number of former workhouses and 4 Magdalen laundries. The study found that around 10,500 women were admitted to mother and baby institutions, and around 3,000 women were admitted to Magdalen laundries. Over recent months, as I read through more of the report again, I still cannot fail to be overcome with a sense of disbelief that such cruelty and indifference to basic human needs could ever have been inflicted upon so many women and children in our not-so-distant past. Let's remember the research report investigated the period right up to 1990, when only then did the last mother and baby facility close its doors. So for many people involved, we're still talking about very clear and vivid memories. One of the clearest findings from the research paper was that many unanswered questions remained. That, I know, will be much welcomed, the executive decision early last year of an independent investigation shaped by the views of victims and survivors of the institutes. The Minister of Health, Mr Robin Swan, then took forward the delivery of this by establishing the Truth Recovery Design Panel with the experts Dr Maeve O'Rourke, Professor Phil Scruton and Deirdre Mahan. Testament to their determination and priority of which the panel approached the issue, they delivered their report by early October within the highly challenging 6-month timeframe. The panel made 5 core recommendations and explained the interdependencies of each one, stressing the importance of delivering each and every one of them. I welcome the Executive's swift consideration of the report last year and its full acceptance of the finding, not least the agreement to proceed with the establishment of an integrated truth investigation made up of an expert independent panel and a public inquiry. It was in relation to another of the very important recommendations, however, recommendation number 4, regarding access to records, that I hope that my private member's bill will be able to deliver upon. We shouldn't underestimate for one moment just how important access to records is. For people who were robbed of so much, including so many at such a young age, it is the very least that they deserve now. My bill, as introduced last week, seeks to deliver the key elements within Recommendation 4. I fully accept, however, that a bill as important as this must always be first and foremost be centred on the views and the needs of victims and survivors at the front and centre. Ordinarily, it would be the Minister of Health bringing forward this bill, but only after a period of consultation. However, in the current political situation we find ourselves in, executive legislation was not an option. And as we need no reminding, this House is in the final weeks of what already was a much reduced legislative mandate. This is legislation that is urgent. Every day that passes and legal requirements are not in place for the preservation of documents, the risk of documents either being destroyed or kept in a far from suitable condition increases. It's not only essential that any and all material is kept safe for the future investigations and public inquiry, but also hugely important for all the women and now adult children involved. They deserve to know that what records exist will be kept safe. That, in a nutshell, explains, Mr. Deputy Speaker, why this bill is so important. There might be some that could argue the bill should wait until the next mandate, and whilst there could absolutely be some validity to that thinking, I wouldn't agree with it. The bill, as currently drafted, I'm very confident would be no different to a bill introduced in 6, 12 or 24 months' time. However, one thing we can be sure of is that if this bill passes all stages by next Thursday evening, the legal protection of documents will be secured an awful lot sooner than if it has had to wait. And I must at this time thank the Department of Health, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and especially a number of the officials within it. They know who they are. I wouldn't be standing here without their support and the assistance that they and the Minister have provided to me on the development of this draft bill. Those officials recognise just how important this legislation is, and it's because of them that I'm able to stand here and say I am entirely confident that this bill delivers for victims and survivors. I also want to thank each of the party whips on the Business Committee. I know the pressures on plenary time that the Assembly was already facing even before this private member's bill, and so I want to acknowledge their efforts to facilitate these debates. I also very much welcome the cross-party support that I've received from many across the House in the days since introduction last week. To be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst this bill may be in my name, I am very much hope that the House will see it as a bill which all members are equally contributing to and securing. From the emails I have received both before and since the introduction last week, it's clear that victims and survivors sincerely hope the bill will proceed also. The bill, if passed, will be all the stronger if we can retain that sense of political anonymity for it. I also want to acknowledge that Sinn Féin, through Ms Dillon, had originally put forward helpful amendments to the Adoption and Children's Bill. These amendments from Sinn Féin have been incorporated in this private member's bill and indeed help to strengthen it. I want to place this recognition on the record, Mr Deputy Speaker. Finally, I want to thank the Speaker, along with his staff, for also agreeing to facilitate this bill. I don't doubt that procedurally all normal processes have been set to the side. Had we more time then, of course, I'd have preferred to follow the time frames as set out in standing orders, including giving the Health Committee time to scrutinise the bill in detail. Unfortunately, however, time is quickly running out. Securing this bill in little more than 2 weeks from introduction to final stage will be a Herculean task, but it might only just be possible. That's why I hope all members will be able to agree to my request for accelerated passage of my Preservation of Documents Historic Institutions Bill. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I just rise to simply offer our support for the accelerated passage stage of this bill. I think has been eloquently outlined the need and the importance of trying to get this through in the short period of time that we have, and hopefully with the support of the House, the accelerated passage will make sure that it becomes a reality. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, just similar comments to the SDLP representative. Thank you.
I now invite Alan Chambers to respond to the very brief debate. Apologies, I see a member's indicated a wish to speak. I call Linda Dillon.
If my name wasn't on the speaker's list, I thought it was, so apologies. But, just first of all to say thank you to the member for bringing this private member's bill forward. It is extremely important, and I know that the member met with a number of victims and survivors, and like myself very much listened to what it was that they wanted and what they needed. And I do appreciate that those amendments that we had put forward have been incorporated into this bill, and I think that that is vitally important, because everything that we brought forward was really about the victims and survivors. It all came from them. It came from their mouths, from their representatives, from their advocates. So that's why we wanted to ensure that was in the bill. And I do think that you're right in what you're saying, that we can never underestimate or overestimate the importance of having access to your records, of knowing who you were, because who you were is who you are. And I'm quite sure there are a number of people in this chamber that will have personal experience, and I know certainly within my own family, an extended family, that we have personal experience, and there can never be any.
Order. I'm just seeking to clarify to all members that this is a debate about the accelerated passage. The debate on the actual legislation will follow. Ms Dillon, if you wish to say anything further.
Well, I'll abbreviate my comments then to say we absolutely support the accelerated passage.
And I understand the Minister wished to make a brief comment.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion that the bill proceed by accelerated passage, because I believe that accelerated passage will support the fulfilment of the Executive's agreement to implement the recommendation of the Truth Recovery Design Panel on mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries and workhouses in Northern Ireland, that immediate action be taken to create a statutory requirement on all relevant record holders to preserve and not destroy any information relating to those institutions. My colleague Mr Alan Chambers has set out in detail the reasons for seeking accelerated passage and the consequences of it not being granted, and I fully endorse his remarks. The background of the bill is well known, as was my attempt to include its provisions in the Adoptions and Children's Bill by way of amendments at consideration stage, so I will not rehearse the details in this debate. Prior to consideration stage, my officials briefed Health Committee members on the nature and purpose of the provisions contained in this bill and the reason for the urgency of their enactment, and an explanation of the provisions and their purpose was also provided to executive colleagues in a letter at that time. Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the accelerated passage of this bill.
And I call cont'd.
I didn't really intend to speak, but just in light of some of the contribution that Alan made in relation to this bill and the difficulties that are in getting this done and the fact that it would be a stretch, but just to say I believe it is incumbent on this House to stretch ourselves in support and to help these victims and survivors given what has gone on. So I too support the accelerated passage.
And I now call Alan Chambers to conclude and wind up this debate.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll be very brief and just saying that I welcome and thank the sense of support that I feel coming from around the House in supporting this accelerated passage. I've been on record recently, as maybe once or twice, making this statement that this House is at its best when it delivers, and there's no doubt that this bill will deliver for a constituency of people who deserve that delivery. So I just want to thank the members for that sense of support that I'm getting. Thank you.
Before I put the question to members, I would remind you that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the Preservation of Documents, Historical Institutions Bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I'm hearing ayes from all sides of the House and no one indicating, no dissenting voices, so I am satisfied that the cross-community support has been demonstrated. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the Preservation of Documents Historic Institutions Bill may proceed under the accelerated passage procedure. The next item in the order paper is the second stage of the Preservation of Documents Historical Institutions Bill, and I call Alan Chambers to move the second stage.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the second stage of Preservation of Documents Historic Institutions Bill be agreed.
The second stage of the Preservation of Documents Historical Institutions Bill has been moved, and in accordance with convention, the Business Committee has indicated that there will be no time limits for this debate, nor, as the bill is proceeding via accelerated passage, are there any limits on individual contributions. So I call Mr Chambers to open the debate on the bill. Mr Chambers.
Thank you very much, and I thank the House, Mr Deputy Speaker, for allowing this bill to proceed to this particular stage. I'm very pleased to be able to move the second stage of today's bill. We've already heard much of the context and rationale to this bill in the debate that has just concluded, and so I don't intend to repeat it again. What I do, however, hope to be able to do in this stage is provide an overview of the bill and explain why it is so important that it delivers the protections that it sets out to do. As I said earlier, it's imperative that the voices and needs of victims and survivors of the appalling neglect and abuse in these historic institutions are kept to the forefront of what we are all trying to collectively achieve with this bill. And it was abuse that they experienced, all sorts of appalling abuse. Coming only a few days after this chamber was home to the delivery of a wide range of apologies for the failing within historic institutions, it is fitting that so quickly after that, this Assembly is debating legislation that serves to enshrine the right of victims of historic abuse to access the truth. The joint research from Queen's University and Ulster University, as we've heard, was harrowing, but it provided a definitive evidential basis for what survivors long knew to have been the truth. Importantly, the review also included an oral history project which allowed the women, girls and children who experienced the institutions the opportunity to provide their testimony. Thankfully, the Executive agreed to the recommendation of a victim-centred independent investigation and, crucially, one co-designed with victims and survivors. The Truth Recovery Design Panel made a number of key recommendations, and as we know, this bill seeks to deliver Part 1 of Recommendation Number 4. It should be remembered that all of the panel's recommendations had the full support of those victims and survivors who worked alongside members of the panel to help them formulate their recommendations. More than 180 victims and survivors worked alongside the panel from as far away as Canada, Australia and the United States of America for a period of 6 months. Recommendation 4 is their recommendation, and as a consequence, this bill is their bill because it is intended to give a full effect to the first part of Recommendation 4. Specifically, my bill has 9 clauses. Clause 1 introduces a duty to preserve, not alter, destroy or dispose of a relevant document and to take appropriate measures to ensure that a relevant document is not lost, stolen, destroyed or otherwise damaged. Importantly, it intends to prevent the movement of records out of Northern Ireland and to ensure that records are kept in the safest possible conditions given their significance. Clauses 2 and 3 stipulate the conditions which must be satisfied before a document is considered relevant and provides a definition of relevance. Importantly, I draw members' attention that being of interest to the inquiry or investigation makes it relevant. It is also important to note that the duty to preserve and not destroy records applies equally to the institutions to which they relate and the statutory organisations involved in the placement of women and girls and their children when they were separated from their mothers. Also, I want it to be noted that the bill includes, as I've said earlier, many of the amendments tabled by a number of Sinn Féin MLAs to propose clauses within the Adoption and Children's Bill upon which this bill is largely based. And I'm confident, as I've said, that the amendments applied strengthen my bill by, in particular, widening the definition of relevant information and relevant institutions within the bill. Of course, it's not just for legal or investigatory reasons that documents need to be retained. For a great number of children who are now adults, these documents are the first and often only official account of their births and their earliest weeks and months of life. For some, the documents will contain precious details and information never before revealed. And for women and girls, the documents will contain crucial, definitive accounts of their journey into, within and out of such institutions. Clause 4 provides a definition of relevant institution as a workhouse or an institution in which a voluntary organisation provided residential accommodation for women or children and took decisions about them and provided services related to pregnancy or maternity. Day-to-day care for the women or children, required work from the women or children, both with or without pay, or provided such other service as may be prescribed. A resident of a relevant institution is also importantly defined within this clause as a person of any age who was provided with residential accommodation in the institution and includes periods of absence from the institution. That is important because it captures the periods when women were in hospital giving birth or a visit to a GP, for example. By now, I sincerely hope that all institutions and bodies responsible for them recognise the importance of properly retaining and maintaining records. But just to be sure, my bill in Clause 5 makes it an offence of not complying with the General Clause 1 duty. Finally, the only other clause I will mention at this stage is Clause 8. This is the clause that states the bill will come into commencement immediately on royal assent. Preservation of documents is hugely important and really can't happen a day too soon. Again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the proactive and detailed support that I have received from the Department of Health. Under more normal circumstances, this would undoubtedly be brought forward as an executive bill. However, by working so closely with officials who already were so well informed on the topic, I've been able to introduce a bill which I'm very confident will deliver what we all hope it will. So I'd like to thank them again, along with the Minister of Health, and I sincerely hope that over the next 10 days, this House will be able to secure the legal protection of these crucially important documents. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Linda Dillon.
Thank you very much. And again, I thank the proposer of the bill. And I want to, first of all, again, acknowledge the victims and survivors and those who spoke to myself and to the proposer of the bill. I'm quite certain to representatives from all the parties, and I know the Minister also met with them. And this has very much been a victim-centred process, and I think that is vitally important, because if we did everything like that, I think we would have much better legislation right across the House and in everything we do. So I think it is important that we keep that to the fore. Just with regard to subsection 2 and 3 of the section, I am grateful that in the drafting of this bill the member has taken our recommendations on board to provide as comprehensive a bill as possible. We felt this provision needed to be robust as possible by including the details of medical visits to the institutions and any prescriptions that were provided, or medical tests and vaccines. We recognise the need for records or any inspections carried out by the state, records of time spent in hospitals by mothers and babies, a person's foster care arrangements, their baptism records, parish registry records and personal communication letters. It cannot be overstated how important any piece of information that can be recovered from these institutions are for the survivors. Our amendment also intended to include information about a person's life as a child within an institution, a person's adoption, any monies, fees or donations paid for the stay of each resident, full personal detail records, including passports or visas, and any information regarding transfer to other institutions, including cross-border. Perhaps the most important aspect we felt that needed to be included were the death and burial records. Some women and girls were buried in graves that do not have their proper names on the headstone, and many children were buried in locations outside graveyards, as the church would not bury them on consecrated ground. And we know that this has been a horrific experience, and again, we have all heard from those who are looking for the burial sites of their loved ones, of the people who they loved and still love, and are not even able to identify where they have been buried. So again, I would like to express my gratitude to the sponsor of this bill for taking account and incorporating all of this into the bill. Subsection 5 provides that for purposes of subsection 4b, a mother and child were separated if the child was provided with care and accommodation by a person other than the mother for a period of at least 2 consecutive months. This is subject to exceptions as may be prescribed. I would suggest that we look at the removal of that clause, as 2 months in care is a long time, and individuals deserve to know where they were and what care they received for any length of time. There should not be a time limit on this. And speaking as a mother, and I remember when my child was young and I went away for 2 days, and when I came back she cried whenever she saw me coming into the room. She was 1, and I thought she was making strange, and my mummy said, "She's punishing you. You left her for 2 days and she's letting you know, don't do that on me again." And I was distraught, and that was 2 days. So I think that for any mother or child to be separated, they do know there is an impact, and I think that we should consider that. Additionally, in subsection 6, the bill states that for information is not relevant if the accommodation or care was provided by a natural parent or if the child or a relative of the child. I would suggest that we might also consider the removal of this clause, as the reality is that in many cases when babies were being adopted, they were registered to their adoptive parents as the natural child. This was, of course, illegal and made tracing the birth of parent or adopted child impossible. Furthermore, the care being provided by a relative of the child should not be grounds for exception, as this does not guarantee that the adopted person knows anything about their birth parent or their time in the institution. And just again to point out that All of these practices in the mother and baby homes were cruel beyond belief. They have had a long and lasting impact both on the mothers, those that were women and girls, and their children. And I again thank the member for bringing this bill forward. It can never be overstated how important this is. These records need to be preserved, they need to be protected. People need to have access to knowing who they were for a multitude of reasons, not least for their own health and medical reasons, but mostly so that they just know who they were. That's a very, very basic human right, and I thank the member again for bringing forward this bill.
I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this important private member's bill. And whilst being a short document, the Preservation of Documents, Historical Institutions Bill will be of great importance to many in our society. This bill is based upon a number of proposed departmental amendments to the Adoption and Children Bill, which were deemed out of scope of that bill. In deliberations of the Adoption Bill, our committee was generally content to support those amendments, and I am glad that through this private member's bill from Alan Chambers MLA that a mechanism has been found to expedite these important policies. Just last week, the long-awaited apology to victims and survivors of historical institutional abuse was made. The apology was very rightly stated that victims and survivors had been let down and failed by the state over many years. This apology on its own can never make up for the pain caused, but it does at least give recognition and responsibility for that pain. The purpose and circumstances of this bill, of course, are motivated by one aspect of the needs of many victims and survivors. The retention of documents has been identified as a significant issue for them in accessing information relating to their own lives. I believe this bill will help to meet the Access to Records recommendation within the October 21 report to the Executive by the Truth Recovery Design Panel. Clause 1 of the bill introduces a duty to preserve, not alter, destroy or dispose of a relevant document, to not remove or transfer the document to place outside of Northern Ireland, and to take appropriate measures to ensure that a relevant document is not lost, stolen, destroyed or otherwise damaged. This clause is the crux of the bill, but it does go in hand with the clause 5, which creates an offence of not complying with the duties created at clause 1. This can be applied to individuals, partnerships, unincorporated associations and corporate bodies, and this clause is of vital importance to hold bodies or individuals to account should any actions be taken to hinder the access to documents as laid out in this bill. So at this point, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the sponsor for bringing this piece of legislation to the floor of the House this evening. It is very important that we get this right for all concerned and that those records are protected in law. Thank you.
I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and likewise I rise to support this second stage of the bill and welcome the opportunity to do so. I don't intend to speak for very long on this because I think within the Health Committee we did have substantial discussions about these very clauses and indicated all of us our support at that stage, but it was just the fact that it was ruled out of order for that particular bill that those elements had to fall out, and I think that none of us wanted to see a stage where those various clauses would be lost, because we just know exactly how important they are and how we must try and see them cross the finish line, and I commend Mr Chambers for taking the private member's bill to try and do that. The bill will ensure that records that are held by institutions and others between the years 1922 and 1995 regarding people and their background are maintained, and that is only right and proper. Many people who were adopted or grew up in institutions many years ago have been left with significant blanks in their history, and with such documentation is preserved, it could help to fill in those blanks, and that is why today's legislation that's being presented is so important. All of us have a right to know who we are and where we have come from. And all of us have a right to know who our parents were. And while we often debate matters of identity in a very limited way in this place, actually understanding one's identity and history will have a much deeper meaning for those who have come through those institutions. The retention of such information will ensure that anyone who wishes to access that information at a point in time in the future will know that that information has been kept and preserved and hasn't been destroyed or removed. How frustrating it must be for somebody if they track down where they were born or where they were adopted from, but simply to find that the paperwork hadn't been kept, and that does not allow them to make the final connection of working out who their parents were and being able to trace that. Those individuals, these people, must remain at the forefront of our minds, and I believe that this bill does that. Mr Deputy Speaker, the SDLP supports the bill and its clauses and is content that the scrutiny provided via the adoption bill, which at times included these clauses, was sufficient to allow the progression of the bill now, and I look forward to supporting this at its second stage and seeing it progress in the next few days. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the bill sponsor for bringing forward this private member's bill. Today is another milestone for the birth mothers and adoptee children on their journey for openness, accountability and redress, and I'm pleased that all political parties fully supported the presentation of the private member's bill at this stage in the Assembly mandate. We all in this chamber and across the province recognise the magnitude of what this bill represents. Mr Deputy Speaker, I first met with the birth mothers and their children for justice in late 2016. We had a lengthy and at times heartbreaking meeting when they kindly shared with me their personal circumstances, including how deeply frustrating and their deeply frustrating and painful experiences in trying to find out about their pasts. In preparation for today's debate, I reread the section of the Truth Recovery Design Panel's report on access to records, the presentation of which focused heavily, rightly so, on providing direct quotations from people who engaged with the panel. These quotes provided the reader with complete clarity and rationale on why this bill is necessary. I am concerned about the full intent of it, however, and I may be wrong. But in the inclusion of the conditions in Clause 2 indicates that the relevant documents are to be preserved for a person conducting an inquiry or investigation relating to the implementation of the recommendations made by the Truth Recovery Design Panel. So, of course, I support a full public inquiry at the very earliest opportunity, but does this mean that that there's nothing in this bill that actually helps those people who desperately want to access the documents now in advance of the inquiry? Does that prevent them from accessing the documents? Because we know how deeply frustrating it has been over years, if not decades, in trying to access the documents to date. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is unfathomable for those of us sitting in this chamber today to know what it must have been like to give birth to a child only for him or her to be cruelly taken away from you without explanation, information nor comfort. There are some that try to soften this by pointing to societal, religious or cultural norms at the time. What the birth mothers and adoptee children want is information about the extant policies and procedures at the time. And again, you know, should we have to wait for a public inquiry? They talk about information that's in the public domain. It's not included in this bill. But us political representatives, we know what information there is and how to access it. And I think in some ways we're making judgments or assuming that everybody has the same access to information that we do. So further, there are questions about how these policies impacted on them, why they were adopted by one family and not another, why did they spend some time in a children's home away from their mothers before adoption, what considerations were taken into account, and even more crucially for some, was whether a payment or donation was made to the adoption agency. This is why the records must be provided without redactions, and I very much welcome that that's very clearly laid out in the bill. They need to be presented with the information in its entirety, even if some of the information is painful, distressing and shocking. It is our role to ensure that the Assembly, and notably the Executive, when it comes to the inquiry and going forward in the future, that the funding is there to provide wraparound emotional support and therapy to those people accessing their records, because we know some people have been putting it off until an elderly loved one passes away out of respect for their wishes. So the other aspect of the bill is I wonder why there isn't a clause about the establishment of the repository why there isn't a clause for that in the bill. Maybe that's something that could be introduced at further consideration stage. Yeah, go ahead.
It's just that the normal repository for public records is a public records building, and the reason why, one of the reasons Linda and others tried to bring forward the amendments was to ensure that those who were responsible for records under 1923 Act to put them in public records, so families and individuals could get access.
Okay, no, thank you for that. Thank you for that clarity. I suppose it was just to make sure that those institutions and individuals who had information at present were almost forced to bring it forward at this stage. But I appreciate the clarity. I suppose the other aspect of the bill relates again to relevant information, and within the Truth Recovery Panel's document, they talk about in Clause 3, Sections 3I. The two previous sections relate to birth, death and burial of a resident, and then that's G, and then in H they talk about birth, death or burial of the resident's child, and then mentions in I the resident's parents or relatives. And again, the panel report talks about people wanting access to information about their late brother or sister's adoption file. And I just wondered, does this clause I cover this? Because for some people that's just as important as finding out information about their mother. I don't mean to sound so negative, I just think that there's an opportunity maybe to bolster this bill so that... Yeah, go ahead.
And on that point, it would be my reading, that's what's meant by I, but I'm sure if the member wants to bring forward amendments to strengthen that as well. Just on her point that she made in 2.4 in regards to the condition, it actually says in the paper it's in conducting an inquiry or investigation relating to the implementation of the recommendations made by the Truth Recovery Design Panel. The member will be aware that the recommendations made by the Truth Recovery Design Panel are far extant than just a public inquiry. It is actually about individuals coming forward to seek their own documentation as well. So it's an inquiry or investigation, not specifically a public inquiry.
Again, I appreciate the clarification, Minister, and you'll appreciate that we've really just got these documents in front of us, and I just want to make sure that the clauses are as broad as possible. And I suppose that what I was talking about there, residents, relatives, parents and relatives, again, some of the contributors mentioned that their brother or sister was already deceased, so it's about how they would access information about loved ones who were no longer with us. So on that note, and I will look to any potential amendments going forward to the next stage, but I would certainly not want to be holding this bill up in this mandate. Thank you.
I now call Sinead McLaughlin, the Chairperson of the Executive Office Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise as Chair of the Committee for the Executive Office. I would like to thank Mr Alan Chambers, the bill sponsor, for introducing this bill. It is absolutely necessary, and this is something that has to be done now to ensure that victims and survivors of mother and baby homes and Magdalene laundries can access the records relating to their time in the institutions rather than caring for them as they should have done, harmed and abused them. Members of the committee have for some time been engaging with individuals who had themselves experienced mother and baby homes or are the children or other family members of young women who were taken to such institutions. The Truth Recovery Design Panel presented its report to the committee on the 17th of November last year, noting that the First Minister and Deputy First Minister had committed the Executive to the implementation of the recommendations in full. The committee heard that an imperative first step was the preservation of records. In fact, of all the issues which had been raised by victims and survivors, full access to complete records was a consistent theme. People want to know how and why such things happen to them. They want to know what happened to their loved ones. They want to know who they are and where they come from. The panel concluded that denial of access to personal and family records has compounded the long-term pain and suffering inflicted on victims and survivors and their families. The committee was privileged to hear from victims and survivors on the 24th of November in what was a particularly poignant and moving session for members and witnesses alike. We heard of the legacy of what was done to them and to their loved ones. One of the key issues was access to information, and one of the key asks was for the immediate preservation of those records. Certainly, thank you.
Sinead, it's on that point of accessing information. You will appreciate, even, I'm sure like the rest of us, you watched the apology here, and a lot of the religious orders are all island in nature. I'm assuming you would support the notion that the Irish Government put a seal on those records, that they need to look at that. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael supported that seal on the documents. So we can't have families getting access in one part of the island when they're refused on another. So it's just to get that clarity from you.
Thank you to the member for your intervention, and absolutely, totally agree. I think that we have seen failures in the response from the Irish Government as well. So what we want to do is raise all boats here and not look to tread in that path, because we can tread our own in a much better and more incumbent way that will respond better to the victims and survivors. Officials from the department came before the committee on the 19th of January this year to update members on the actions to implement the recommendations of the Truth Recovery Report. While most of the actions that require legislation would have to wait for the next mandate, the immediate need for legislation on the retention of records would have to be fulfilled now. 2 weeks later, there was no longer a functioning executive to approve the introduction of such legislation. I cannot describe to you the consternation of which that prospect of having no protection for documents was received by victims and survivors. Something would have to be done in order to honour that commitment to make the destruction of records illegal. I have to place on record the committee's appreciation of the determination and the creativity with which the departmental officials have engaged to address that setback. The first attempt through an amendment to the Adoption and Children's Bill was unsuccessful. This method through a private member's bill must succeed. There is clear need for records to be preserved. There was a promise that the legislation would be passed in this mandate to prohibit the destruction of records. This bill is the vehicle by which it can be accomplished. Let it not be said this Assembly was found wanting in supporting the needs of victims and survivors of the mother and baby homes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I now call on the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's with a sense of relief that I rise today to express my strong support for this bill. A successful passage will serve to honour the Executive's agreement to implement the recommendations of the Truth Recovery Design Panel's report on mother and baby institutions, mangled laundries and workhouses in Northern Ireland, and that's including the recommendation to which this bill specifically relates. I'll not reiterate the purpose and content of the bill, which has been set out by my colleague Alan Chambers, because at the heart of this bill are the rights and interests of victims and survivors of a number of historical institutions, many of whom have tirelessly campaigned for years in pursuit of truth, of justice and accountability about the operation of these institutions. We know from reading and hearing their testimonies that the impact of the trauma of their experiences has been a constant throughout their lives and indeed the lives of their families. So it's therefore essential that all possible efforts are made to ensure the preservation of records containing important information about their own or family members' birth and early years. The records protected by this bill will provide a significant source of information and evidence for the statutory public inquiry and independent panel that have been recommended by the Truth Recovery Design Panel. They will also be critical to the establishment of a permanent, comprehensive, independent repository of historical, institutional and adoption records and other records relating to children in state care. Their preservation is urgent because, theoretically at least, with every day that passes, the risk increases of an important record being destroyed or continuing to be held in less than satisfactory environmental conditions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, members will recall that originally the provisions of this bill had been contained in amendments which I tabled for consideration stage of the Adoption and Children's Bill. Unfortunately, those amendments were deemed inadmissible on the grounds that they were outside the scope of the bill. My department considered a number of alternative options for addressing the urgency of the Truth Recovery Design Panel's recommendation in relation to the preservation of records. One opinion or one option would have been that I introduced the legislation as Minister of Health. However, this was not possible due to the absence of a functioning executive, because executive approval is required to draft a bill. Executive approval to introduce a bill and to accelerate a passage would have been required. I am therefore immensely grateful to my colleague Alan Chambers for taking forward this urgent legislation as a private member, and for the cross-party support it and he has received. Introducing the bill in the current mandate will give certainty and reassurance to victims and survivors who deserve the swiftest possible actions on this issue. Mr Deputy Speaker, members should be aware that the recommendation of the Truth Recovery Design Panel that this bill seeks to address has already been endorsed by the Executive. Furthermore, on the 22nd of November last year, I advised the First and Deputy First Ministers of my intention to address the recommendation by way of the Adoption and Children's Bill, and Ministers were advised on the 21st of January of this year of the amendments that I was proposing to make to the bill, and provided with an explanation of what each amendment was intended to achieve. Members should also be aware that amendments tabled by Ms Dillon are reflected in the text of this bill, and also the Health Committee was given sight of the amendments as part of the bill process and at consideration stage of the Adoption and Children's Bill. I have advised members that the amendments had been ruled out of scope and sought their support to find another way forward. On this basis, it is right and proper that I give my endorsement to this private member's bill today. Deputy Speaker, I want to close my remarks by reflecting on the voices of victims and survivors, one of whom told the Truth Recovery Design Panel, "I have lived with this silently all my life and have felt like I have carried a heavy, guilty burden." Another said, "It's time for truth, and I welcome it." Mr Deputy Speaker, I am confident that this bill will play a crucial part in securing that truth, along with the accountability and justice that victims and survivors and their relatives have campaigned for so many years.
I call Alan Chambers to conclude and wind up the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Just I'll refer to some points that have been raised during the debate. In terms of access and immediate access to these records, I have been given a reassurance by the Department of Health that no barriers will be created by this bill to victims to access this information now. So I can give that reassurance. Also, in terms of victims having access to the records, it is the intention of the bill that victims and survivors will have access to these records at a time of their choosing. And we should understand that if we didn't have this bill and we didn't have this compulsion to retain and preserve these documents, then there may well be nothing for victims or survivors to actually access. So I think we must bear that in mind. And the documents will be, eventually when they're drawn together, will be placed in an independent repository. And that is the purpose of this bill, and that is the correct way that they should be preserved in the public domain for access by victims and survivors going forward. Ms Dillon mentioned about the very important point about the death and the burial records. That's really a very touching element of the whole situation. And she will recognise that this private member's bill does give protection for that, and quite rightly so. And I certainly welcome her raising that particular point. In terms of separation, the time frame of 10 months in this private member's bill is much reduced from the original time scale that was proposed in the Adoption and Children's Bill, which was a 6-month time frame. So we've closed that in to a 2-month time frame. And in terms of Clause 3, Section 5 is intended to define what is meant by separation. And a child separated from a mother, there might be very well-intentioned reasons. So it's important that we don't wrongly capture these well-intentioned arrangements given the offences that are attached to the bill. But I certainly have listened to all the comments that have been made, and I appreciate all the comments that have been made, and hopefully we can all work together to ensure that by Thursday of next week that victims and survivors will have the bill that they have been crying out to have to preserve these records for their access. So thank the members for cooperation and goodwill towards this bill tonight. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Members, the question is that the second stage of the Preservation of Documents, Historical Institutions Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the second stage of the Preservation of Documents, Historical Institutions Bill. Now turn to item 7 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the